morning, everyone. Welcome back to Bescheuertes Kurzes Bein. And we are back with the fourth day. And I apologize because I did not look that this day is an early start because of the rain we had yesterday. I did not think that we would have an early start, and I admit that I didn't look at the scorecard after stumps yesterday. But we do have an early start. So India resume on 358 for 9. Nitish Kumar Reddy made his maiden test century yesterday. He is on 105 not out. At the other end is Mohammad Siraj. He's on 2 of 7. And well, the face cam is coming back probably after the innings break, because as I stupidly did not look at the scorecard. As I said, I missed that it is an early start, and it derailed my time management quite a bit. Got up half an hour ago. The coffee's not even ready. But I can't imagine that this innings will take much longer. Not with Mohammad Siraj out there in the middle. So I'm hoping that I can catch a short break during the innings break, get some coffee and stuff like that, get things set up, and everything will be as usual after that. Hopefully. But well, most of the Indians will probably say, hopefully that plan gets derailed, because India are still trailing by 116 runs. So a very uncharacteristic Mohammad Siraj innings would help India out a ton here. Overnight I read that, or I had a look at the stats and stuff like that. Nitish Kumar Reddy is the 4th youngest Indian to make a test century in Australia. 2 of the top 3 are Sachin Tendulkar. Very unsurprisingly, he is number 1 and number 2. Number 3 is Rishabh Pant. And now Nitish Kumar Reddy. In comes Patrick Cummins to Reddy, and this one is played out to gully, and there is no run, as Cummins bowls right arm over the wicket to the right-hander Nitish Kumar Reddy. Cummins with figures of 3 for 86 from 27.1 overs. Let's have a look at the scorecard. I don't think there are any fifers possible for this Australian bowling attack. No, there are not. Both Cummins and Boland have taken 3. In comes Cummins again, right arm over the wicket, defended into the offside by Nitish Kumar Reddy, and there is again no run. 4 more deliveries left in Patrick Cummins' first over of the day. One of them, Nitish Kumar Reddy, will be desperate to take a single off, because he does not want to expose Mohammad Siraj to Patrick Cummins. He will try to keep him off strike as much as possible, because Mohammad Siraj has a reputation as being a headless chicken at the crease. Defended back towards the bowler as Cummins bowls right arm over the wicket, and this time he is targeting the stumps a bit more. Fuller delivery and on the stumps, and defended in front of his pads by Nitish Kumar Reddy. Very, very nice scenes yesterday when Reddy's father, who is standing in the front row, was interviewed by Adam Gilchrist, 2 slips and a gully for Reddy, and this one is driven, and the Indians jog through for a single as Travis Head feels it at mid-off, and there is that magic single. So, 2 more Patrick Cummins deliveries left to survive for Mohammad Siraj as the Indians shrink the deficit further, 115 behind now. I think if they can make it double figures, that would qualify as kind of a miracle after they were 311 behind, 5 wickets down already at the end of the second day. In comes Patrick Cummins, and this is defended competently into the leg side, where it is fielded by mid-wicket by Mohammad Siraj. Very good. India remain on 359 for 9. There are slips, there is a leg gully, there is a short leg, there is extra cover, and there is mid-on for Patrick Cummins to Mohammad Siraj. There is also deep fine leg. In he comes. Mohammad Siraj looks to defend with a very, very straight bat, but Patrick Cummins beats his outside edge and Carey takes it. There is no run and there is no appeal as well. So, Mohammad Siraj survives the over, as we are seeing pictures from yesterday, and a very, very proud father is hugging his son. There is a bit of an interview with the parents. With his father, his sister. I did not listen to that, but it looks like his family sacrificed a lot to make this possible for Nitish Kumar Reddy, to make a cricket career possible for him. So they seem very proud of him. And the Australians have gone to spin. Nathan Lyon is back into the attack for his 28th over. Figures of 2 for 88 as Nitish Kumar Reddy is taking strike. There is a leg slip and a short leg for Nathan Lyon, who bowls right arm around the wicket, and Reddy lifts him to Labuschagne, who is stationed at long on, and the Indians have taken a single off the first delivery. The Indians are rotating the strike here. Mohammad Siraj not hanging around. He is taking a single. Then Nitish Kumar Reddy is taking a couple of the next one. India trail by 111. 363 for 9 now. Siraj is looking like he is willing to contribute and contribute in a very, very constructive way. 3 of 10 for him. The running by Siraj looked a lot better than I think it was in Brisbane. There was one innings in this series where he was running around, where he was trying to farm the strike against the Australian attack, when he was, I think it was with Reddy as well. Reddy stepping back towards leg, and he is making room for himself, and he finds the boundary now. 113 from 184 as Nathan Lyon is punished for a boundary. Nitish stepping back to leg, making room for himself with an angled bat over long on, and that means the partnership has ballooned to 17 of 26. India 367 for 9. All the fielders out in the deep now, as there is a bit of nervous energy now from Nitish Kumar Reddy. He looks for a single of the final delivery of Nathan Lyon's over, but he doesn't get it. So, Mohammad Siraj will be on a strike for the start, at least, of the first over, as the next over, as the Indians trail by 107 runs. Reminder, if you are listening, you can always get in touch with the stream using the YouTube chat, or you can use the @linuxlea.bsky.social handle. I will be monitoring the YouTube chat as well as that Blue Sky feed. So, if you got any predictions, anything to say, feel free to use the chat or the Blue Sky handle. That would be very, very, very good, because it's always a lot of fun if the listeners are chiming in. Mohammad Siraj survives his first delivery of Patrick Cummins over. There is no run, but there is also no wicket. 118.1 overs have been bowled by the Australians in this innings. The highest score of the Indian innings is obviously Nitish Kumar Reddy, as Mohammad Siraj defends towards the offside with an exaggerated straight bat, as tail enders are wont to do. There is no run. 107 still the deficit for India. There are a lot more close fielders in for Mohammad Siraj. There are 2 slips. There is a gully. There is a short leg. There is a backward square leg. As Cummins bowls short to Mohammad Siraj, aimed at his head, and Mohammad Siraj ducks, and it is taken behind the stumps by Alex Carey, and there is no run. So it is Khawaja at first, Smith at second slip, Marsh in the gully, Labuschagne is at point, Lyon is a leg slip or leg gully. In comes Cummins. This one is a full toss that is guided behind point by Mohammad Siraj, and they take a single. So, ready on strike for 2 more deliveries of Pat Cummins, as the Indians trail by 106. As I'm now seeing pictures of Nathan Lyon bowling. No, okay, it's a replay. Okay. I don't know why they showed us that, because there was no action. There was just Nathan Lyon standing at his mark, and a batsman looking around at a field. So here comes Cummins again, right arm over the wicket. And this time Nitish Kumar Reddy steps towards the offside and clips that behind square into the leg side. It is fielded in the deep, and the Indians have taken another single. So, final delivery of Patrick Cummins over coming up now. And the Indian deficit is 105. Siraj is on strike for the final delivery of Pat Cummins' 29th over. India 369 for 9. In comes Cummins, right arm around the wicket, and Mohammad Siraj jabs down on this one. There is an appeal for caught in the slips, and there are high fives all around as Mohammad Siraj jams the bat down on that one, and there is a review, but I think it is by the umpires. It's going to the third umpire, as I think the on-field umpires are not sure if he got a bat on that, or if the ball hits the ground, if it is taken on the bounce. Oh, this is looking interesting. It's very hard to see, but the third umpire has decided that this has hit the ground before it was taken at second slip by Steve Smith. So this is not out. As Mohammad Siraj gets a toe end on that. Now there is a discussion, an animated discussion between Pat Cummins and the on-field umpire. Pat Cummins continues to make the tee. Now Joel Wilson is coming and entering the discussion. Pat Cummins can't believe what's going on. He looks a bit frustrated as he continued to make the tee for a review, because Mohammad Siraj did not review that decision. It was an umpire's review. Very, very weird. What is going on here? All right, let's have a look. Given not out. Australia aren't impressed with that. Cummins talking to the umpire, asking if he can now review. Amazing scenes. It was very tight on the replay, but appeared to go into the ground off the edge. Doesn't go upstairs again. Okay. So, Nathan Lyon is continuing. He's bowling right arm around the wicket. And the first delivery is a dot ball, as we are seeing replays of that not out decision against Mohammad Siraj, and this is really borderline, as Lyon continues right arm around the wicket, defended back into the ground, and there is no run by Reddy. If the Indians can wring some runs out of this tail, this will be a controversy. Nitish Kumar Reddy stepping out of his crease and lofting Nathan Lyon over long on. He is trying to loft him over long on. He doesn't do it. He is lofting Nathan Lyon straight down the throat of Mitchell Starc, and that is all over. Nitish Kumar Reddy is the final Indian wicket to fall. 114 runs for him. The Indians trail by 105 runs, as they are all out 369. Mohammad Siraj, the not out batsman, and I think that will diffuse the controversy with that not out decision against Mohammad Siraj quite a bit. India did not add any runs after Siraj was given not out, to the chagrin of the Australians, and that means we have an innings break, and I will get to have a cup of coffee. Isn't that nice? I will be with you after the innings break, and we can talk a bit more after that. So, see you in a bit. And welcome back. Here we are. That was a very short innings break, but I managed to get my coffee. Now just have to assemble it in my cup. Some early morning carbohydrates in the form of some very sugary vanilla milk and a good strong coffee on top. Forgive me for just a second. As I'm trying to sneak it through all the cables without spilling any, and I managed it. And Jasprit Bumrah is going to open the bowling for India, unsurprisingly, to Sam Constance, the debutant, 19 years of age, who is off the mark. First ball as he dabs one into the offside, and there is a single. So Sam Constance looking to repeat his performance from the first innings when he was scooping and slapping Jasprit Bumrah around. Usman Khawaja now on strike. A much more classical batsman than, much more classical opener than Sam Constance, who has been touted as Australia's new David Warner. Only in the positive sense. In comes Bumrah and he bowls right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja, who leaves one alone as Bumrah bowls too wide outside the off stump to tempt him into a shot. So the Australians off the mark first delivery. They now lead by 106 again. Which of course is still a lot in the context of a match in which they made 474 in their first innings. But it is a lot less than they would have wanted after they had the Indians trailing by 311 with only 5 wickets in hand at the end of the second day. And Khawaja is off the mark with a single into the leg side behind square. And Constance is back on strike. 3 more deliveries left in Jasprit Bumrah's first over. Bumrah this series has played 4 tests. He has taken 25 wickets at an average of 13.12. Bumrah has been the outstanding performer for this Indian bowling attack. The rest of the bowlers has been a bit hit or miss, as now Constance is leaving one that is taken behind the stumps by Rishabh Pant from Jasprit Bumrah. Bumrah much more willing than a lot of the Australian bowlers to change his run-up depending on which batsman is on strike. The Australians tended not to change from around the wicket to over the wicket and vice versa, even though there was a left-hand right hand combination out in the middle for Australia, and they were notching around singles. So sometimes you really thought Lyon was just bowling around the wicket by default. Two leg byes now for the Australians, as there have been overthrow fielding calamities by the Indians as well. Constance trying an almighty heave-hoy, but he misses the ball. It is taken behind the stumps, and there is no run. So, why is quick info? So, Australia 4 without loss after 1 over, trailing by leading by 109 runs. And a reminder, if you are listening to this, always good to hear from the listeners, so you can use the YouTube chat to get in touch with the stream. You can also use the at linuxlea.bsky.social Blue Sky handle. I will monitor both of those social media channels and read out your messages, mostly between overs, as it is Akash Deep for the first time today and in the second Australian innings into the attack for the Indians. The right arm pace bowler, he is bowling right arm around the wicket to Usman Khawaja. And the first delivery is left alone by Khawaja, and there is no run as Akashdeep is bowling relatively short or on the shorter end of a length and wide outside the off stump. Khawaja plays a, let's call it a leaping leaf as he jumps up in the air, has his bat above his head, and there is no run. There are 2 slips and there is a gully in place for Khawaja as Akashdeep is bowling a much more attacking line onto the stumps, and this one is clipped by Khawaja. It is fielded at deep fine leg, and there is a single for the Australians in it. 5 for no loss. And we are getting, obviously, Kohli Cam again. He is fielding at second slip, looking very, very animated, chewing his gum very, very aggressively. So, Constance now on strike, the right-hander, and Akashdeep is changing to over the wicket, bowling to Sam Constance. Fuller length defended back towards the bowler by Constance, and there is no run. We are seeing the pitch map of the bowler of the combined pitch map of the Indian bowlers to Sam Constance in the first innings. It's on the shorter side of things. In comes Akashdeep again. This one is a beauty. It's on a length. It is in the channel. Sam Constance plays it with a very, very straight bat, but is beaten outside, but not by much, and Rishabh Pant takes it behind the stumps. And Sam Constance seems to have a very, very reflective sticker on the back of his bat, because you can see the reflection from the back of his bat on his trousers and on his whites when he swings the bat, or when he plays with a straight bat in front of his body. There is a couple behind point for the Australians in the next delivery. As Sam Constance gets the toe end of the bat to that one, and it is fielded by deep third man. Akashdeep in again, right arm over the wicket, and again Sam Constance is beaten on the outside edge by one that is bouncing really high. It rears up from a length, and there is no run. Australia 7 without loss. As we are seeing replays of Jasprit Bumrah dismissing Usman Khawaja through the series. And let's have a look if anyone is with us. There is nothing yet. Oh no, I have to change it over to live chat to see any new messages. YouTube for some reason defaults to top chat even during an active live stream, and I don't know why. It's the stupidest. It's the stupidest default setting you can do. Bumrah continuing right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Usman Khawaja. There are slips and a gully in place. And Bumrah gets quite a lot of seam movement away from Khawaja. So there is probably half a hand's width of sunlight between the bat and the ball. Dot ball. Bumrah continues right arm around the wicket, and this time Khawaja withdraws the bat, lets that one go through to Rishabh Pant, and there is no run again. The Australians lead by 112 still. Sam Constance on 3 of 8. Usman Khawaja 2 of 6. Jasprit Bumrah with figures of none for 2. There is a point, there is a short leg in place for Usman Khawaja. There is mid on, mid off. In comes Bumrah again, right arm around the wicket. And again, Usman Khawaja looks at the delivery, then decides, no, that's not for me, and he withdraws the bat. Or he twirls it up. Let's call it that. He twirls the bat up out of the way of the delivery, and there is no run. Bumrah continues right arm over the wicket, and this one is on the shorter end of a good length. And Khawaja is again beaten on the outside edge, as this one rears up quite a bit. It flies about 10 centimeters past the shoulder of his bat, and Usman Khawaja seems a bit rattled. Bumrah coming in again. 5th delivery of the over. Right arm over the wicket. And is that a drop at leg gully as Khawaja clips one into the leg side? Let's have a look again at the replay. In comes Bumrah right arm around the wicket. Khawaja clips it into the leg side. And it looks like he has been dropped by Yashasvi Jaiswal at leg gully, and Bumrah can't believe it as the Australians run through for a single. Yes, I think that can be ruled a drop as Khawaja clips it straight to leg gully. Jaiswal gets the fingers on it, but it dribbles through his legs, and there is a single in that. So Constance now on strike. He can't do anything with the first delivery. He sees this over. There is no run. And let's have a look at Crick Info, and yes, they are seeing it the same. It's a dropped at leg gully. That is Jaiswal, who can't hold on. The field was absolutely perfectly set for that delivery by Bumrah. In he comes again, in comes Akashdeep now, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Usman Khawaja. Akashdeep is coming in, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Usman Khawaja. First delivery is a dot ball as it beats his outside edge. And India could have made an early breakthrough here in the second Australian innings. We're seeing replays of Siraj patting Jaiswal on the back. As Usman Khawaja gets a thick outside edge down towards gully, where it is fielded by Jaiswal. No drop this time. Or is it? The pictures, the TV pictures are very inconclusive because the cameraman loses sight of the ball for a good part of that. And it almost looked like Jaiswal had dropped Khawaja for a second time there. This time at gully. Let's have a look. Outside edge. No, that's this delivery. Okay. As Usman Khawaja takes a couple, Australia move on to 10 without loss. Their lead extends to 115. I definitely hope that the second Khawaja gully delivery died in front of gully because I don't want young Yashasvi Jaiswal to have dropped Usman Khawaja 2 times in a very, very short amount of time. So we have mid-off, mid-on, square leg gully, fine leg slips, and a backward point in place for Akashdeep, who is now coming in again to Usman Khawaja, who defends it into the leg side. Mid-on is coming around to field that, and the Australians run through for a single. So Sam Constance is on strike now. 116, the Australian lead. Still looks like a decent surface to bat on. The Australians will want a substantial target for India in the 4th innings here. And what is that? Is that another drop as Sam Constance jams the bat down? I think he gets an outside edge and it is flying to Jaiswal at cover. And it is just short. The replays show it is just short of gully. Because it is again Yashasvi Jaiswal there at gully. But this one is not his fault. This is just short. There is an Australian physio on the field right now. He is looking at Sam Constance's left wrist. What is going on here? He is handed a bottle of probably some electrolyte drink, some sports drink. Now a band-aid is applied. He is given some, presumably some painkillers. I don't know what's the problem. Now the physio is taking out some straps and Constance is getting his arm strapped up, presumably. I don't think he was hit by any delivery. I don't know why he is getting strapped up right now. Anyway, the Australians are 11 without loss after 4 overs. Bumrah has figures of none for 3. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. First, let's check the YouTube chat. Nothing on YouTube and Blue Sky. As we are now seeing replays, and it seems a bit like he just twisted his left forearm. I don't know how he managed to do it, but he put his mind to it, and he did. I'm sorry. I don't know why this is taking such a long time. All right, but it looks like we are ready again. Bumrah, right arm around the wicket, and there is significant seam movement as he bowls to Usman Khawaja. The ball pitches in line with the stumps and then misses the outside edge of Usman Khawaja's bat. That is deadly seam movement. Almost a bit too much as he seams it past Khawaja's outside edge, even though it pitches in line with off stump, and there is no run. In comes Bumrah again, right arm around the wicket, and almost a carbon copy of the last delivery, and the outcome is also a carbon copy. Khawaja looks to defend, misses the ball due to the seam movement. Bumrah sees the funny side of it. He is grinning and laughing. In he comes again to Khawaja, 2 slips and a gully, and a leg gully in place. And this one is a lot straighter from Bumrah. But again, he manages to miss Khawaja's outside edge, but there is no run again. Bumrah looking dangerous here early. This is very good bowling from Jasprit Bumrah. The last one is a touch tighter and fuller, and he doesn't miss the outside edge of Khawaja by much. Next one, straighter again, but he pulls his length back, and it is defended in front of the stumps by Usman Khawaja, back towards Jasprit Bumrah, and there is no run. As we are now seeing ball tracking, and there is a lot of seam movement here on offer for Jasprit Bumrah. Unlucky that he didn't get the wicket there, or lucky for Usman Khawaja to survive this passage of play. Clipped into the leg side by Usman Khawaja, but fielded by mid-wicket, and there is no run as Jasprit Bumrah bowls a tad fuller on his pads. He is hovering slightly below 140 kilometers per hour with his deliveries, 137 in this case. In he comes again, final delivery of the over, right arm around the wicket. And this one is clipped between the keeper and leg gully by Usman Khawaja, and that is 4 runs for the Australian opener. Australia 15 without loss, Khawaja 10 of 20, and Constance 3 of 10. That is a bit of pressure relief for the Australians there. After Bumrah was keeping it very, very tight during the rest of the over. So let's have a look at social media if there is anyone with us. Again, if you are listening, please do use the live chat. Makes it so much more enjoyable if you participate. Tell me anything. What are your expectations? What are your predictions? And there is an appeal as Akashdeep continues for his third over. Not given out on the field though. Will the Indians review it, as it is a delivery that comes in very, very high hits? It hits Sam Constance high up on the thigh. It is taken at gully by Yashasvi Jaiswal as it balloons up in the air, but there is no bat on it and there is no chance of that being LBW. Impact is above the bails and the ball is still rising at that point, so no run. Next one is another dot ball. Australia lead by 120 runs. Sam Constance is the on-strike batsman. He is on 3 of 12. Akashdeep is the bowler for India. There are 2 slips. There is a gully, mid-on, mid-off, and Akashdeep comes in again as Sam Constance looks to defend, and Akashdeep beats his outside edge, and Constance looks not as fluent as he did in the first innings. Let's put it that way. When he made 60 of 63, scooping the Indian fast bowlers around basically at will, scooping and reverse scooping. Not much of that flair on display here in the second innings. In comes Akashdeep again. There is a Sam Constance, and this is, I think, another 4. Yes, it is indeed another 4 as it bounces behind the keeper. There is no protection at backstop, and that means Sam Constance has a boundary to his name in the second innings. 4 runs. Let's have a look at Blue Sky and YouTube, as there are some replays on. No, okay, here we go. In comes Akashdeep. And again, outside edge through the gap between second slip and gully, fielded by Ravindra Jadeja down at deep third man, and the Australians take a single. And again, Jaiswal is very, very unlucky. He is standing about half a meter too far away from the batsman. If he were standing a bit closer to the bat, that would have been a genuine chance. A very hard chance, but a chance. Final delivery of the over is left alone by Khawaja, and there is no run. So, Bumrah to continue. 6 overs have been bowled. Australia are 20 without loss. The lead is 125. Sam Constas is on strike, and Jasprit Bumrah has 2 slips and a gully in place for him as he bowls right arm over the wicket. And it looks like this time he can sneak one past Sam Constas. Inside edge as he tries to drive Jasprit Bumrah. Indeed, he does. He's looking for an angled drive, and Bumrah sneaks one past through the gate, and there is no run. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket, and Constas leaves that one alone, raises the bat high above his head. Risky leave because it is not far away from the top of his off stump, neither on length nor on line, and there is no run. As we are again seeing these fancy Australian graphics that inform us that Bumrah releases the ball at around 137 kilometers per hour. In he comes again, and this time he has his man. Sam Constas is out, bowled. The first Australian wicket goes down. Jasprit Bumrah, the man to take it. That is revenge for the torment that Sam Constas put him through in the first innings, scooping and reverse scooping. One of the finest fast bowlers in Test cricket today, as Sam Constas is out. He is bowled through the gate by Jasprit Bumrah. The top of Sam Constas' leg stump is hit, and Jasprit Bumrah has his tail up, understandably, I would say. Sam Constas bowled Bumrah 8 of 18. Australia 20 for 1 after 6.3 overs. The lead 125, and that means that Marnus Labuschagne is coming out at number 3 for Australia. Let's have a look if that has awoken some people. Go ahead, use the YouTube chat right on Blue Sky. The top Blue Sky handle is the one that I'll be monitoring, and you can always use the YouTube chat. That's probably the easiest way for most people to get in touch, and I'd love to get in touch with you. So, a relatively early breakthrough for India. Jasprit Bumrah, the man to make it. Not that surprisingly, he has been their best bowler on the tour. So, Labuschagne is out in the middle. 6.3 overs gone, Australia 20 for 1, and he is marking his guard, taking strike. The Indian fans in the crowd are celebrating. In comes Jasprit Bumrah, right arm over the wicket. There are 2 slips, there is a gully, and the first one is left alone by Marnus Labuschagne, who, he's his usual self. He is twitching and screaming and just a nonsense cricketer. As we are seeing replays of Sam Constas' wicket, Bumrah not really celebra appealing, but in his follow through, just raising his arms, hyping up the crowd, looking at Constas. Next delivery has Marnus Labuschagne all ends beaten up, and there is no run. It looks like he is having a conversation now with Mohammad Siraj, um, under whose skin he has been very, very successfully getting. He's an annoying kind of personality. Final delivery of the over by Bumrah on a length wider outside the off stump, and Manus Labuschagne withdraws the bat, and there is no run. 20 for 1 after 7 Australia. Let's have a look at social media. Nope. Let's have a look at the scorecard or at the live ticker. Okay, so Bumrah ends his fourth over with figures of 1 for 7 as Akashdeep seems to be the bowler to continue. Aborts his run-up, ball is declared dead. I don't know why exactly did Manus Labuschagne step away from his guard. No, it's Usman Khawaja in any case. Kohli is redirecting fielders, resetting a field. It's not really a Kim Hughes and the Chappells and Rod Marsh and Dennis Lilly kind of situation, I think. But Rohit seems relatively passive in the proceedings in all of this. Despite being the captain. First delivery of Akashdeep's fourth over is a dot ball. As we are seeing close-ups of Jasprit Bumrah fielding near the boundary rope. Now someone is... it's Kohli coming to Akashdeep. Talking to him. Some tactical stuff going on. Rohit is still in the slips for all of these conversations. And Akashdeep bowls one on the stumps on the shorter end of things, and Usman Khawaja looks to defend it, and he misses it, and it dribbles out towards leg gully off his thigh. No shout for LBW. That hit him very, very high on the leg. There is no run. The next one is defended with a very straight bat into the leg side by Usman Khawaja. And again, there is no run. So Akashdeep keeping it tight as well, relatively tight. He has figures of none for 11. He's keeping it tight, at least in this over. Virat Kohli is throwing the ball. He seems to be the designated ball shiner in this situation. Throws it back to Akashdeep. Australia, 20 for 1. Kohli redirecting the field again. I have seen relatively little of Rohit Sharma doing something like that. Short leg in place now for Usman Khawaja. That is Yashasvi Jaiswal. And I don't think that's a punishment for the earlier drop at leg gully, because Jaiswal has been the designated short and silly fielder for this Indian team on this tour. Given the fact that he shelled a very easy chance at leg gully, well, you might rethink putting him in a position where reflex catching is all all there is to it. I'm not sure. I would probably think about putting someone else there. Anyway, a maiden thus far from Akash Deep. Can he make something happen here? There is no maiden as Usman Khawaja plays one out into the offside. It is fielded by short cover, who pings at the non-strikers and misses the stumps though, and Usman Khawaja is home safely. No maiden, they take a single, and after 8 overs, Australia are 21 for 1. Let's have a look at social media. If you are listening to this, feel free to use the YouTube chat. Always a pleasure to talk to the listeners. As Jasprit Bumrah will continue, and if I'm not mistaken, Jasprit Bumrah is sitting on 199 test wickets. So, next one to fall, or the next Australian to fall to his delivery, will be one that Jasprit Bumrah will remember for the rest of his life. A name that Jasprit Bumrah will remember for the rest of his life. Khawaja and Labuschagne both, I would think, very good wickets to take as your 200th in Test cricket. We do have short leg and leg gully for Usman Khawaja now. In comes Jasprit Bumrah, and Usman Khawaja looks for a drive, is beaten though, and there is no run. There is a very long front foot stride by Usman Khawaja as he swings the bat very, very straight, looking to drive Jasprit Bumrah very straight down the ground, and there is no outside edge on that one, and Rohit Sharma and Jasprit Bumrah both can't believe it. In comes Bumrah again, right arm around the wicket. This one is defended into the ground, and it is fielded by backward point, and there is no run. 3 dot balls to begin Jasprit Bumrah's 5th over. He has figures of 1 for 7, the only Indian bowler to take a wicket thus far in the Australian innings. In he comes again. Right arm around the wicket. There are 2 slips and a gully, and beaten again on the outside edge as he is looking to defend that, and Jasprit Bumrah is nigh on unplayable at this time in the match. It seems to be hot already in Melbourne. I can see the flickering from the heat in the stadium. In comes Bumrah again. Outside edge to the left of gully, and the Australians have taken a single. Labuschagne on strike for the 4th time in this innings, for the fourth delivery in this innings. That's a very thick outside edge from Khawaja that he keeps down and through the gully area for the single. So, final delivery of Jasprit Bumrah's 5th over. In he comes, 2 slips and a gully on the legs, and this one is clipped off his pads by Manus Labuschagne, and he is off the mark taking a single. 9 overs gone, Australia 23 for 1. What is the time at the ground? 11:13. So that means we have 1.5 hours gone in the session, because it's an extended session, as we started half an hour early because of the rain yesterday. Looks to be very, very hot in the ground indeed. 9 overs gone. I think there is a drinks break in our very near future. They had more than the usual drinks break scheduled for at least the second day. In comes Akash Deep, and now Akash Deep is also getting movement off the seam as Manus Labuschagne is babbling to someone, complaining about something. As Akash Deep bowls right arm over the wicket and takes the first delivery away from Manus Labuschagne. I don't know what's going on because we are now seeing pictures of the side screen. Anyway, in comes Akash Deep again, clipped off his legs by Manus Labuschagne. Fielded by mid-wicket though, and there is no run, so Labuschagne remains on strike. 9.2 overs gone, Australia 23 for 1. Bumrah and Khawaja facing off in this series has produced 5 wickets and only 31 runs of 105 deliveries. So that's a contest that is heavily favoring Jasprit Bumrah, one would say. An average of 6 against Bumrah in the series for Usman Khawaja. Third delivery is another dot ball. Labuschagne 1 of 7. And we are seeing again these pictures from the stump cam, but we are not seeing the stump cam from. Oh, there is an appeal against Manus Labuschagne for LBW. The DRS timer is ticking down as it is not given out on the field. No one is interested in that one. There is just another dot ball. As we are seeing the replay, Akashdeep coming in, right arm over the wicket. And I think the impact is outside off, and it probably would have missed the wicket as well, as Manus Labuschagne was stepping a fair bit over to the offside. The next one is defended back to the bowler with a very straight bat, and there is no run. Someone is writing on Discord. But it's unluckily no one willing to help me out for the 4th day. So anyway, Akashdeep is at the top of his mark, right next to a pile of sawdust, and he comes in right arm over the wicket, And again, he beats the outside edge of Manos Labuschagne, and there is no run. So a maiden for Akash Deep now. Yeah. Oh no, not another cup of coffee. We'll save that for later. I will have a look at social media instead. Nope. Doesn't look like anyone is in the YouTube chat. Anyway, we have our first change in the bowling attack for India. Mohammad Siraj is coming in for his first over of the second Australian innings. He is 30 years old. He has played 35 matches. He is on 93 wickets. In comes Siraj, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Usman Khawaja, and he is angling one across him that Khawaja leaves alone. Australia lead by 128 runs. This time we are seeing the stump cam from the batsman's end, which is much more interesting, I think, because it's a perspective we don't get that often. Gives a bit of a feeling for how the batsman sees the bowler running up. In comes Mohammad Siraj, again right arm over the wicket. There are two slips, there is a gully angled across him, and there is no run again. Rishabh Pant is fielding very offsidey. He's not standing just outside the line of off stump. He is a good meter more to the offside for Mohammad Siraj bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Usman Khawaja. So this is all premeditated. In he comes again, angled across Khawaja again, left alone again, taken by Pant. The Indians taking a bit of a page or looking at the example of what the Australians did during India's first innings and replicating that, because during the first Australian innings, the Indian bowling was a bit inconsistent. And I think it's looking a lot better in the second innings here. They also didn't bowl across the batsman as much as the Australians did during the first innings. Maybe they have adjusted their tactics, seeing what worked for the Australians. It's well, I'm very ambivalent towards these tactics, because they are relative. I think they're a bit defensive, a bit negative, aiming at building frustration in the batsman if the runs don't come. Anyway, it seems to work. Usman Khawaja gets the toe end of the bat on that one, as Mohammad Siraj is bowling a lot fuller now. But he can only get the toe end out to cover, and there is no run. Australia 23 for 1 after 10.5 overs. Khawaja on 12 of 37, Labuschagne 1 of 10. Final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's first over. He is currently sitting on a maiden, on a possible maiden here. In he comes again. Is he bowling? Is he staying staying over the wicket? Yes, he is. Defended into the offside by Khawaja, where it is fielded by extra cover this time, and there is no run. So Mohammad Siraj figures of none for none so far. Let's have a look at social media, and if there is no one there, I will go through some stats or something like that. So, oh no, we are seeing some highlights. Oh, that's day 4 highlights. Okay, yeah. There hasn't been that much play yet, but they already have a highlights package. Fine work, fine work. Mm, I don't know why they are showing highlights now. There is someone is out there bringing Usman Khawaja a new bat, it seems. Oh, there is also something on the side screen, a giant yellow uh, hand, a sign of a giant yellow hand that probably has been given out to the fans, and one of them has been thrown onto the side screen. So after that delay, we are back. Akashdeep is coming in, right arm over the wicket, and there is a vigorous appeal against Labuschagne, but everyone seems to agree that the angle was not right for that one. It would have gone down the leg side as Labuschagne misses the flick and is hit on the pads. It dribbles out into the offside, and there is no run as Labuschagne was looking for a leg bye at first, but then turned around as the Indian fielders picked up the ball. In he comes again, Akashdeep, right arm over the wicket, and this one is left alone by Labuschagne, but he is surprised by the bounce that Akashdeep is getting here. He remains on 1 of 12, whereas Khawaja is on 12 of 38. The Australian lead is 128. Kohli is shouting at someone. Labuschagne is having a conversation, a very one-sided conversation with Yashasvi Jaiswal, meaning he is gnawing off his ear. And next one is clipped off his legs down towards deep third man, and there is a single in that for Manos Labuschagne, bringing Usman Khawaja back onto strike. He's on 12 of 38. We have an expression in Germany for what Manos Labuschagne is doing. It's jemandem eine Frikadelle ans Ohr labern. Labern means to babble. Basically, to babble to babble a meatball onto someone's ear, or pin a meatball onto someone's ear by mindlessly babbling, basically. Usman Khawaja can't make anything of an attempted drive that is stopped by mid-off, and there is no run. Australia lead by 129. General Kohli is directing the troops in the field. I don't know what Rohit is doing. Could there be? No, I don't think the Indians would reappoint Kohli as captain. Not after he gave up the captaincy of his own volition. Anyway, another dot ball from Akashdeep to Usman Khawaja. Now Kohli is in conversation with Rohit Sharma, who is more of a chairman of the board. Kohli doing all the stuff, and once in a blue moon, he's asking Rohit Sharma, "Captain, is all the stuff I'm doing here, is that okay?" And Rohit Sharma phlegmatically nods and says, "Yeah, you go ahead." So Mohammad Siraj is back into the attack as drinks are carried out onto the field, but it's not an official drinks break. I don't know what's going on. There are some staff from the Indian team out there giving a sip to Virat Kohli. I don't know why there has been no official drinks break as of yet. Probably, no, can't be. The innings break was over before the scheduled start of play, and we are now, well, almost an hour in, so might be up now, as Manus Labuschagne has decided that he will torment Mohammad Siraj for a bit, as he is taking 3 runs off Mohammad Siraj's first delivery of his second over. Australia lead by 132, as we are seeing Nathan Lyon sitting in the dugout eating something. In comes Siraj again, and this one is cut by Usman Khawaja. That is Nitish Kumar Reddy running after it at square leg, and he stops it, but only after the Australians have taken another triple run. Australia bring up their 30 now, 135 for 135 ahead of India now. So the potential fourth innings target for India is growing. Will be interesting to see how fast the Australian wickets tumble if the Australians decide to declare. This one is fielded at square leg by the Indians, as Manus Labuschagne clips one off his pads, and there is no run. If this batting track does not deteriorate, time might as well come into the equation here. This one is again clipped off the pads by Manus Labuschagne, and this time they have gone through for a couple, as it is fielded at deep fine leg, and I think that should be, it should either be Jasprit Bumrah or Ravindra Jadeja down there. Siraj looks a bit frustrated now, as the Australians move on to 32 for 1, 12.4 overs gone. Labuschagne on strike, he is on 7 of 16. In comes Mohammad Siraj, defended back towards the bowler by Manus Labuschagne, and there is no run. final delivery of Siraj's second over coming up. He has conceded 8 runs this over so far. The lead of Australia is 137. In comes Mohammad Siraj, clipped into the leg side, fielded by square leg, and there is no run. And that is indeed a drinks break. And I will be back with you very, very shortly. And we are back from drinks, and my stream has frozen. And I can tell you that Akashdeep is continuing after drinks to Usman Khawaja, right arm around the wicket, and thus far there have been dot balls in the over. Going off quick info here now, because my stream seems to have some problems, buffering a lot. The joys of internet broadcasting. Everything is working in regards to all the advertising and stuff like that. Obviously, that's the important thing. The content is what is not working, because of course it isn't. This is so frustrating. Let's try this. Give me a second here. No, not working. Oh, damn. Well, I can tell you that there is a boundary for Usman Khawaja in the 14th over. 4 runs from the over overall. 36 for 1, the Australians. Do we have pictures back? Not yet, I'm afraid. Looking better now. Now we do seem to have pictures again. Okay. We do seem to have pictures back. Let me get my bearings, because of course there is no on-screen scoring again, because that's how we do things down under. Now we are back. So Mohammad Siraj starting his third over. Marnus Labuschagne took a single off the first delivery, and now Usman Khawaja is on strike, and Mohammad Siraj continues right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Usman Khawaja. Angles one across him that almost takes an outside edge, as Usman Khawaja is looking to drive Mohammad Siraj straight down the ground. There is no run. So Khawaja on 19 of 49, Labuschagne at the non-strikers end on 8 of 19. And Siraj continues right arm over the wicket to Khawaja, and Khawaja lifts his bat out of the way of that one. There is no run, goes through to Rishabh Pant the keeper. There are 2 slips, there is a gully. Let's see if there is anyone in the leg side. There is a mid-wicket. There is mid-on. And that is it. Continues right arm over the wicket and again angled across him, left alone by Khawaja, and there is no run. Currently the attendance is 30,508. At least that's the official count. Australia leads by 142 runs, 37 for 1 in the second innings. 14.4 overs have been bowled. 2 more deliveries left as Siraj continues right arm over the wicket. This one is a lot closer to the off stump, and Usman Khawaja looks to defend, but the bat stays inside the line of the ball, and there is no run as Rishabh Pant takes it in front of his shin pads. It's a scrambled seam delivery from Mohammad Siraj. Interesting. Basically rolling the dice as Usman Khawaja defends one that is a lot tighter onto the stumps. He defends it into the offside and there is no run. So 1 run only of Mohammad Siraj's third over. Australia 37 for 1. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Reminder, if you are with us on YouTube, do feel free to use the chat. What are your predictions? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Where are you listening from? Where are you from? All that kind of good stuff. It's always a pleasure to talk to the listeners, and it makes it a lot easier for me, because then it's more kind of a conversation between you and me, and not just me talking into this void out there, this digital void that is the internet, this digital maelstrom that is the internet. So feel free to use the YouTube chat, and you can also use Blue Sky. The @linuxlia.bsky.social handle is the one that I will be monitoring. Jasprit Bumrah continues. There are 3 slips and a gully for Manus Labuschagne as Bumrah bowls right arm over the wicket. This one rears up from a length and almost takes the shoulder of Labuschagne's bat as he is looking to defend, and there is no run. Bumrah is bowling in the corridor of uncertainty here. He has impeccable control. The rest of the Indian bowling lineup has been a lot more inconsistent, at least in the first innings. In the second innings, they have been a bit better. This one is driven by Manus Labuschagne. It is stopped at mid-off though, and the Australians have been able to get in a couple though. 39 for 1, lead is 144. As we are seeing KL Rahul being handed a helmet, so I think there is a close fielder coming in. Or am I not seeing something here? Appeal for caught behind as Manus Labuschagne plays with a very straight bat. It is not given on the field. But the bowler, the keeper and the slips cordon all had their hands up. No one is reviewing though. No, no one is reviewing that one. Bumrah does his best Angela Merkel impression in the aftermath. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket, and this one has hit Marnus Labuschagne. Has it hit him on the toes? He is hobbling to the leg side here. There is an appeal, but again, no one is reviewing that one. It looked like Marnus Labuschagne had been hit on the toes here. Let's have a look at this again. No, he's been hit on the knee roll, but he hobbles around like he had been hit on the toes. I don't know what's going on. Oh, they have been appealing for LBW, and it's a good thing they did not review that, because it would have missed leg stump. Marnus Labuschagne beaten all ends up as he squeezes one out towards point, and there is no run. And I don't see any close fielders for Labuschagne, which is kind of surprising, because I distinctly remember KL Rahul with a helmet. Let's see if we can find him out in the field. Bumrah continues, final delivery of his 6th over. In he comes, and this one has Marnus Labuschagne beaten again. All ends up. He is hit on the body. He falls to the ground. And I think I've never seen this before. KL Rahul is fielding at third slip in a helmet. Let me know, listeners, have you ever seen slip fielders fielding in helmets? I can't remember an instance where a slip fielder has had a lid on. Let's see. Social media. Someone followed me. No, that's not necessarily related to the stream. But again, if you are listening, use the YouTube chat or use Blue Sky to get in touch. I'd love to hear from you. Mohammad Siraj continues to bowl. He is bowling to Usman Khawaja, and he is bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja. So the Indians taking a clue from what the Australians did to them in their first innings. There are 2 slips and a gully in place now. As Mohammad Siraj continues, right arm over the wicket, angling it across Khawaja, well outside that region where Khawaja's stumps are really threatened. So he leaves that one alone, plays the long game. And again, we are seeing Virat Kohli cam. He is very, very animated, talking to someone. In comes Mohammad Siraj again. This one is clipped out to mid-wicket by Usman Khawaja, and there is no run as Mohammad Siraj is starting to bowl tighter onto the stumps, making the batsman play. The Australian lead is 144 runs. The only wicket to fall in the second Australian innings has been Sam Constance, who could not repeat the heroics he displayed in the first innings when he was scooping and reverse scooping Jasprit Bumrah for 4s and 6s. In comes Mohammad Siraj. He is switching to around the wicket now to the left-handed Usman Khawaja, who defends this one out into the offside. It is fielded by cover and there is no run. Manus Labuschagne has decided he will now annoy Joel Wilson, as it appears that all the Indian players have decided not to engage him. In comes Mohammad Siraj for the 5th delivery of his 4th over. Right arm around the wicket. And this is cut by Usman Khawaja. It is fielded at extra cover, and the Australians have taken a single. So 40 up for Australia in their second innings. That is Nitish Kumar Reddy, I think, who is coming around and stopping that ball. Yes, it is. So, final delivery of Mohammad Siraj is over, and he has his nemesis of the series in his sights. Manus Labuschagne is on strike, and Siraj comes in, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Manus Labuschagne, who defends that one towards mid-on, and there is no run. So, the Australians have helpfully put together a montage of Mohammad Siraj bowling well, not really bodyline, but he has been targeting Manus Labuschagne's midriff. Let's call it that. Let's call it ball line. Or the Indians have overall, because Bumrah got one on the mark on Manus's box earlier in the day as well. So Bumrah is continuing as the Australian lead is 145 runs. In comes Bumrah, right arm around the wicket, defended by Usman Khawaja to mid-on, and there is no run. Lowest test bowling average of the calendar year, or in a calendar year, Bumrah is leading the way, 67 wickets at an average of 15.1. The cutoff is minimum 65 wickets. The best to ever do it. In he comes again, right arm around the wicket, and this one is guided by Usman Khawaja towards backward point, and it is fielded by Ravi Jadeja. Lowest test bowling average. Bumrah did it once. Murali did it 2 times. He is in second place. He has taken 90 wickets in a calendar year in 2006, and he is also number 5 in 1998, where he took 68 wickets. So 2 calendar years in the top 5 for Murali, and Bumrah continues to Labuschagne. There is an appeal for LBW as he has Labuschagne beaten. All ends up. Now everyone is in conversation, and did they review that? The decision has been reviewed. Yes, I was a bit confused because the DRS timer vanished from my screen, but there was no indication that the decision has been reviewed. As we are seeing a replay, there is no bat involved, judging by the front on. It hits him on middle and leg. It hits him above the knee roll though, and he is on his toes. And Labuschagne is not a small, not a short man. I am also unsure about the line here. Let's have a look. It is pitching outside off. It is impact in line. It is wicket. Umpire's call. So India retain their review. The Australian is not out, but the Indians did not waste their review. So marginal call, could have gone either way. Too bad. So sad, as they say. But I think the important thing for the Indians here is to rattle Labuschagne's cage a bit. In comes Bumrah again, right arm over the wicket, and Labuschagne drives at it, misses it, and punt takes it behind the stumps. There are 3 slips and a gully in place now for Manus Labuschagne. 2 more deliveries left in Jasprit Bumrah's 7th over, as we are seeing replays of the Indian team looking at the big screen. Jadeja is very, very animated in his disappointment. But you can't change the past, as Bumrah comes in again. This time he is targeting Manus's stumps with a fuller delivery, and Manus defends with a very straight bat in front of his bats, and there is no run again. Kohli again taking the leading role here. Passed down to him by a very, very passive Rohit Sharma in this test. It's a bit perplexing, because nominally Bumrah should be the vice captain, as Labuschagne clips this one into the leg side, running very, very hard between the wickets, and it is fielded out in the deep, and the Australians have run 2. I had to check quick info there, because the broadcast is going to advertisements even before they show the outcome of the delivery. No indication the Australians ran a couple on screen. Yeah, just for the next over, the score ticking over. Okay. Mohammad Siraj is back, as Australia are 43 for 1. 18 overs have been bowled. The lead is 148. And Siraj is back over the wicket to Usman Khawaja, who fends one out to the gully, and there is no run. In he comes again. The Australian lead is 148 still. And Siraj coming in, right arm over the wicket. This one is defended by Usman Khawaja. It is fielded out by mid-on, and there is again no run. Let's have a look. Okay. Just something really, really strange on the screen here, over on the live ticker. Anyway, Mohammad Siraj continues right arm over the wicket, and this one is again left alone by Khawaja as Siraj angles one across him. Dot ball, Australia remain on 43 for 1. I mean, their lead is 148 runs. They don't really need to make things happen here. The only problem the Australians face now in this test, and I would on day 2, I would never have imagined I'd say this on day 4. I think if the Australians bat into the third session today, I think at that point time is in India's favor. The pitch seems to have flattened out a bit. And it would be a miracle if the Indians escaped with a draw for the second test in a row. In comes Mohammad Siraj, and this one has bowled Usman Khawaja. Mohammad Siraj dismisses the Australian opener. He is bowling a right arm around the wicket, over the wicket, and he gets one to straighten, angling in, and it takes Khawaja's off stump as Mohammad Siraj sneaks one through the gate, and Usman Khawaja had to go. Second Australian wicket is down. He has to go bowled Mohammad Siraj for 21, and Australia are 43 for 2. Usman Khawaja faced 65 deliveries for his 21, and Steve Smith is out there in the middle. 148 for 2 are the Australians effectively 148 for 2. And if someone had told me at the end of the second day that this match might actually get this close, I would have probably laughed them out of the room. Smith obviously looking very, very confident for the second innings, as he made a deadly 100 in the first innings. 140 in the first innings for him, so he should be supremely confident here. Final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's fifth over. Virat Kohli looking quite pleased with how the Indian bowling has performed this morning. First one that Steve Smith sees is right arm over the wicket. It is defended by Smith, and there is no run. So 19 overs gone, Australia 43 for 2. Let's have a look at social media. Come on. I know that there are people watching. Please get in touch with me in the YouTube chat. I'd love to hear from you. Or use Blue Sky. I will monitor both social media channels and read out your messages between overs. Most likely between overs. As Bumrah continues, he bowls to Manos Labuschagne, and there is no run as Manos defends one that is angling into the off stump from Jasprit Bumrah. No run. as we are seeing replays of the Indian team slapping Siraj on the back and ruffling his hair. Next one, right arm over the wicket, defended into the offside, fielded by cover, and there is no run again. Another quick breakthrough is definitely what would keep India interested in any fourth innings chase here, one would presume or assume. Bumrah coming in again, right arm over the wicket to Manus Labuschagne, and this one is again angled out into the offside, fielded by cover again. There is no run. 3 dot balls now for Jasprit Bumrah in the over, as we are seeing replays of Mohammad Siraj dismissing Usman Khawaja as he hit his off stump, and the off bail is flying about 6 meters high into the air, at least. 3 slips and a gully for Jasprit Bumrah to Manus Labuschagne, and this one is wider outside the off stump, moving away from Manus Labuschagne off the seam, and there is no run as he raises his bat high above his helmet, as we are seeing crowd shots of the Bharat army. They are in good spirits. There are people that have been in, I think, for all 4 days thus far. There's a very distinctive drummer for the Bharat army, with a very, very distinctive pair of sunglasses, as Manus Labuschagne gets his bat on one, and it is a very good on drive that finds the boundary, and there is 4 runs added to the Australian total. So Australia 47 for 2 now. The lead moves on to 152. That is a very good on drive, but the ball he plays it at is very wide outside the off stump, and I'm not certain that it is such a good idea to play at balls that are this wide if there is that much seam movement in this pitch. This one is relatively straight, but if there had been any seam movement either away or into the batsman, there might have actually been an edge. He might have taken an edge and he might have risked the caught behind. You can't argue with the result in the end. This time Labuschagne gets away with it. So Jasprit Bumrah still waiting for his 200th test wicket. In comes Mohammad Siraj, this time to Steve Smith, and he bowls short and wide, and Smith leaves that alone, and there is no run. Best figures for Mohammad Siraj in the series are Adelaide in the first innings, where he took 4 for 98. He has figures of 1 for 10 so far in the innings, and he is bowling to Steve Smith. There are 2 slips and a gully in for Smith, who defends one back towards the bowler, but it is running away too fast for Siraj to pick it up, but there is a fielder at mid-on that comes around and picks it up near the non-striker's stumps, and there is again no run. 47 for 2 Australia. 20.2 overs have been bowled. In comes Siraj again, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Stephen Smith, and he squeezes one out towards backward point, where it is fielded by Ravindra Jadeja, and Smith thinks better than to take a quick single, to chance Jadeja's arm, if you will, as we are seeing that Indian superfan that is following the team around. He has been at the barber because he's normally he's bald, but now he has there's a patch of hair now on the top of his head that is shaped like the Indian subcontinent and dyed in the Indian national colors. So he's trying a new look. That's good. Okay, 4 dot balls thus far for Mohammad Siraj, who comes in again, and Smith defends one into the offside. It is fielded by someone running in from cover, and there is no run. Final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 6th over, coming up, figures of 1 for 10 so far. Australia are effectively 152 for 2. As Smith is taking guard, there is a mid-on, mid-off, there is cover. In comes Mohammad Siraj, and this one is defended back towards the bowler, and there is no run. 21 overs gone. Australia effectively 152 for 2. Let's have a look at social media, if anyone is with us. Again, Rich Turner, morning Leah. How did the India innings end? Well, the Indian innings ended not like I would have predicted, because it wasn't Mohammad Siraj who was the last Indian wicket to fall. It was Reddy who holed out to Stark at long off. He was trying to lift. Let's have a look. Who was it? I think it was Cummins. No, it was Lyon. Sorry, it was Lyon. He tried to lift Lyon over long off and was caught by Stark. Mohammad Siraj, who is generally one of the more twitchy and headless tail enders, did not make any mistakes. The Australians were 104 ahead on first innings. They are currently effectively 152 for 2 because they lost the openers Sam Constance to Bumrah and Usman Khawaja to Mohammad Siraj. Bumrah is currently sitting on 199 test wickets, so he will be very, very motivated to make something happen here in the next, before lunch, hopefully for him. As Akashdeep is continuing, he has Manus Labuschagne in his sights. First 2 deliveries are dot balls. And the Australians are again showing a montage of Manus Labuschagne being the victim of the Indian ball line. He has been hit in the box a couple of times in the innings. He has been falling over regularly. As Akashdeep continues, there are 2 slips, there is a gully, and Labuschagne withdraws the bat at the last second as Akashdeep is bowling short of a length and wider outside the off stump, and Rishabh Pant takes it cleanly behind the stumps. We are seeing Mohammad Siraj in the outfield stretching a bit. Now Rohit is in conversation with Rishabh Pant. He has been relatively quiet and reserved, Rohit. Virat Kohli has been the one to talk a lot and redirect and reset the field. There is an LBW appeal against Manos Labuschagne as he misses one completely. It looked like he was looking to pat that away, but is hit on the on the thigh almost. He is hit above the pad on the ham. The appeal is not. No one's interested in the appeal on the field. The DRS timer ticks down. It probably hit him outside of off, and it was height was definitively a concern. Final delivery from Akashdeep is defended back to him by Manos Labuschagne, and Akashdeep has bowled a maiden. The Australians are 47 for 2, which translates to being effectively 152 for 2. So, yeah, Mohammad Siraj played a very, very sensible tail enders innings, and I think Nitish Kumar Reddy was looking to get the deficit below 100, and he misjudged one by Lyon, and that was that. As Mohammad Siraj is continuing, he is bowling to Steve Smith, who plays one to mid-on, and there is no run. There is a there is one of the rarer drives by Smith, who generally likes to go into the leg side, very square of the wicket. This time he drives though, but he finds the fielder, and there is no run. In comes Mohammad Siraj again. This one is defended into the leg side. It is fielded by Nitish Kumar Reddy, who comes in from mid-wicket, and there is again no run. Everyone is patting Mohammad Siraj on the back. I don't really know why at the moment. He is walking back to his mark with that giant silver chain hanging out of his collar. Virat Kohli in conversation with Rohit Sharma. There are two slips, there is a gully, there is point, there is mid-wicket, there is mid-on, there is mid-off. And Steve Smith tries to clip Mohammad Siraj off his hip into the leg side, but the ball dies in the infield, and it is fielded by Mohammad Siraj, and there is no run. It dies so quickly in the infield because Smith tries to clip Mohammad Siraj off his hip, but he gets hit on the body, and the cushioning effect of the sweater is probably taking a bit of pace off the ball. Next one is left alone by Smith, and Mohammad Siraj is on track for a maiden over here. 4 dot balls thus far in his 7th over. As we are seeing shots off the ground, the attendance a bit down from the first 3 days. Apparently there are around 30,000 in for today. That's the official number at least. In comes Mohammad Siraj, and this one is driven to cover by Steve Smith, and there is no run. So a 5th dot ball, one more to complete the maiden for Mohammad Siraj, who earlier today got opener Usman Khawaja with an absolute beauty. He was bowling from over the wicket. He got one to angle into the left-hander. Khawaja snuck it through his gate and took the top off. In he comes, final delivery of the over, and Smith defends it into the ground, and there is no run. So 47 for 2 still the Australians, meaning they are effectively 152 for 2. So the potential fourth innings target thus far is 153 for the Indians. But I think the pitch has flattened out quite a bit. And the Australian innings that fell were misjudgments by the Australians, I think. And I think if the Australians bat too long here, there is a danger for Australia that the Indians might actually sneak away with a draw again. I mean, what are the odds that a touring team sneaks away with a draw after being absolutely down after the first innings, or at parts in the first innings? Happened in Brisbane, might actually happen in Melbourne again, as Akashdeep is back into the attack for his 9th over. He is facing Manus Labuschagne. He is bowling right arm over the wicket, and Labuschagne defends the first one and squeezes the second one out to Yashasvi Jaiswal at gully, who earlier today had an absolute shocker at leg gully when he had Usman Khawaja dead to rights but couldn't make the catch, dropped him. Disheartening for Yashasvi Jaiswal, the young lad, as we are seeing the field, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, gully slips, and there is protection out in the deep. It is Mohammad Siraj as Labuschagne clips one off his pads behind square on the leg side, and there is a single. 48 for 2, so the potential fourth innings chase for India 154 now, as the Australians are effectively 153 for 2. Smith is shushing, I think it's Bumrah, and I don't know if you want to annoy Jasprit Bumrah if you are the batsman out in the middle, and Jasprit Bumrah is the vice captain of the bowling side, and he is currently sitting on 199 test wickets. I'm not really sure that's a good plan, Steve. Not 100%. I have to admit. Especially since there might actually be another over in this session that was extended because of the rain yesterday, as Akashdeep continues right arm over the wicket, beating the outside edge of Steve Smith, and there is no run again. Yes, the session was extended because rain ended the day's play yesterday, half an hour earlier start. But I'm really not sure you want to annoy Bumrah. He has been looking on song today, as Smith plays one of those ugly flicks where he basically takes a Shivnarine Chanderpaul pose, squares up, and then flicks one into the leg side, and I think there is a single, as we are seeing replays of the delivery preceding that shot. 50. 50 for 2, so the Australians took a couple. They took a couple, and for the first time in the innings, the Indians are going to spin. Ravindra Jadeja is into the attack for the first time in the second innings. In Test cricket, he has taken Manus Labuschagne's wicket 5 times. He has paid 123 runs for those 5 dismissals. So let's have a look. Jadeja, I guess he will bowl left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Labuschagne. Indeed he does. There is a slip, there is a short leg, and Labuschagne clips that one to mid-wicket. And the Aussies have run 3 as there is a fielder herring after it. It's the hero of the first Indian innings. It is Nitish Kumar Reddy. He is running after that ball, stops it before it reaches the boundary, and the Australians run 3, so 53 for 2. Smith on strike now to Jadeja. He has been dismissed 8 times in tests by Jadeja. He has made 322 runs of him though. So let's see if the Indians can make something happen before lunch, which is imminent now. This should be the final over before lunch. Smith taking guard, stepping back, twiddling with his box, taking guard again, the usual. And Jadeja comes in left arm around the wicket, and this one is defended back into the pitch by Smith. There is no run. Jadeja coming in again, slip and short leg, and played out to extra cover. There is no run. And Jadeja is back again. He's already back at his mark, and he's coming in again, left arm around the wicket, defended again, this time to cover, and there is no run. There is a fielder in short there on the offside, who is running in and fielding at the extra cover and cover as the ball dribbles out there. Fifth delivery is another dot ball. Final delivery before lunch, I would think. Now there is also a silly point in place. This time he plays it out to point, and there is no run again. And the Australian lead is 158. And that looks like it is lunch. Indeed, it is lunch. So let's have a look if anyone is with us on social media. Rich was here earlier, Rich Turner. But I think we are up to date on the live chat. Let's have a look at Blue Sky. I think we are fine there as well. And then with that, I will leave you with another podcast. We are playing something by Adit again, because it's an audio only. It's good for the bandwidth, and I have the permission from Adit to play you those podcasts. And
Hello and welcome to the Cricket Secrets podcast. I am your host Adit, and I will be coming to you with a chat with a guest in the next minute or so. But just a couple of bits of admin at the top. The first one is an apology because the internet at my place in Jakarta now, every now and then it cuts out for several seconds at a time, and so you'll hear the the guest be interrupted a couple of times. I've tried my best to make it as intelligible as possible in the edit, but yeah, unfortunately, there's not that much I can do about that. But the other bit of news is a positive one because this podcast that was previously just on YouTube is now on Spotify and Podcast Addict, so on proper podcasting platforms now. So if you know anyone who knew about the podcast but for whatever reason didn't want to listen on the YouTube, which is fair enough, then feel free to let them know about it in the great words of someone who you may recognize and will be on the podcast very soon. Tell your cricket loving friends and your cricket hating enemies. Yeah, so if you are on the YouTube, the links to the Spotify and the RSS are in the description. If you are already on Spotify or any other podcast platforms, then welcome, you're already there. So cool, that's all the admin that's required for today. Enjoy my chat with Guy. Yeah, today's guest is a very lovely man who is a very minor internet celebrity if you just know where to look. Guy, welcome to the show.
Pleasure. Thanks for having me at it.
First of all, I should thank you for being such a vocal supporter of the podcast. You've been like the person who's commented on the episodes the most, and certainly the most engaged listener I have. So yeah, very very thankful for your support.
Oh, it's lovely. It's opened up that next little niche of seeing. You have the interviews with like the real cricketers who talk about what inspired them to get into the game, and this is just the logical conclusion of that, right? It's all about what made you a sicko. I can't think of anything better I'd want to listen to.
I appreciate that very much. So let's start off our chat with how you got into cricket.
Well, I don't have the kind of dad was playing with us in the backyard thing. As my brother Dave, who you've also come across, will tell you.
Mm-hmm.
My dad was a rugby guy, but we got into cricket at school. We definitely played bits of backyard stuff. We had a weird version in our lounge where we played it with a book and a table tennis ball, which I just remembered, which was, we spent hours doing that. But yeah, I grew up in the 80s, so it's TMS and BBC, playing cricket at school. Not very good at it. Dave was definitely the actual cricketer. He got a real hat trick in a real match.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I think I might have like played in the parents' games and stuff like that. And then, yeah, you know, just a classic way that a lot of people did in England, like test match special. I mean, 80s cricket was on TV all the time, not just test matches, county cricket, you name it. You know, Tony Lewis, Richie Benaud, boycott on TV, and TMS, the kind of Brian Johnston era, Henry Blofeld, boycott, those early years. So, you know, my view of cricket is very much coloured by that, and my probably entire view of cricket is coloured by the 90s, which, as an England supporter, probably set me up for a consistent view through the lens of complete failure. Something Australians always find really interesting, because we're the total flip side of the coin, right? Yeah. They're like, you've lost a wicket, you're not going to lose now. And we're like, we've lost a wicket, we're definitely going to be bowled out.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely puts a ceiling on any expectations you might have of the English team. I guess we can get into the little bit of notoriety you've carved for yourself as on a rather unlikely corner of the internet, which is the over commentary pages on The Guardian. Can you first talk us through what that is, and then how you found it, and then eventually your involvement with it?
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because it's definitely an internet-driven niche that would never have existed. As a kid, you know, I would listen to a TMS under the duvet. I certainly remember, I talked to my brother about this. I remember listening particularly to the 89-90 series in West Indies. I don't have a lot of stats memories. I have like memories of like visual people stuff. But I remember listening to Greg Gooch get his hand broken by an Ezra Mosley beamer and getting very upset about that. but the over by over is a really weird one because obviously it only came into being, I think, about 04, 05. I've genuinely done a lot of Googling to try and figure this out. It was the kind of in an era where I'd probably drifted away from cricket a little bit, and it was behind a paywall, unfortunately. Like we all have that classic post 2005 thing in England where that was the greatest summer of cricket we had until probably last year, and then it disappeared.
Yeah.
So I couldn't listen to TMS at work. So the over by over was this suddenly landed as this ability for us to keep up with cricket, where we wouldn't have the radio on in the office, and we definitely wouldn't have the TV. And it was amazing. It was my gateway drug into kind of nerddom and sort of proper cricket sicko energy. I mean, yes, me and my brother were really obsessed with cricket when we were younger. We went to see Surrey play, and we had our heroes, you know, Thorpe and Atherton and all those guys. But this was like a real life interactive breaking news type reel of the cricket, and it kind of was an amazing thing when it first arrived. You know, those OGs, Sean Ingle, Andy Bull, Lawrence Booth. It's hard to forget that he was on the over by over back in the day, and he's obviously now Wisden editor, and of course the OG of them all, Rob Smythe. You know, I could follow the cricket at work, and all of a sudden, not only could you do that, but you could email them, and they might print it. I remember when I first got an email printed, I think I found it online at Melbourne, England away series in New Zealand. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe someone had actually printed what I was talking about for the cricket. It felt really exciting, and like obviously from a kind of nerd point of view, like this is amazing.
What was the appeal of the Guardian OBO versus, say, a Cricket Info ball by ball?
So I definitely follow Cricket. Cricket Info was a huge part of my life because they run side by side, so you could obviously see specifically what happened in the ball by ball. But the over by over had like more of a I guess a narrative around it. It didn't just talk about this thing's happened. It kind of would revel in the despair. You'd get niche music and like TV references. You'd get like, you know, there's a Twin Peaks clip. It is happening again. That Twin Peaks clip that gets replayed over and over and over pretty much every test match every summer, because you kind of get this meta narrative that follows it. So you weren't just going, oh, that's a great cover drive, and oh, Gooch is caught next ball, or you know, what's Peterson been playing with that shot? It was like, oh, you know, send us your most depressing songs. Tell us about, there's a test match special energy. Tell us about, you know, famously, some of the correspondents were incredibly hungover on some of the early days, and you would go through these kind of mental disintegration through them and us. So there was a whole community that built out of it. So not only was it really amazing to get my stuff printed, and it's in books, which is even more wild because they printed famously printed over by over books. So the 2010-2011 series, where we famously won away in Australia, got made into a whole book called 566 and all that.
Wow.
And I'm immortalized in print. And so I'd be lying if I said there wasn't a rush about it, about getting that. And I find it comes up in the weirdest of ways. So there was a community back in the Commenters Free days when Guardian first started. There was a whole community of people who posted BTL, so below the line, as you used to call it. Not on the over by over, but the same people that would email into that. I met Gary Naylor through that, who's obviously writes for the Guardian now. I met the late and lovely Ravi Nair, who I met at that point. You know, we had a proto nerd meetup in the pub. Met Rob Smythe, met a bunch of other people. Yeah. And we must have looked like the weirdest collection of people back when this stuff was not cool. It's acceptable now, right?
Yeah.
This was kind of like cricket message board type era. And occasionally I get people at work going, are you the guy that's like, a guy at our Christmas party last year actually came and said, I just joined. Are you Guy Hornsby from the Over by Over? And I was just like, this is weird. This is weird.
Yeah.
So it's lovely.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised at like the extent of the real life community that kind of spawned out of it as well. Because yeah, like if you compare that to Cricket Info, they do have correspondence, but it's just like this person says this and we move on. Whereas I guess what you say is kind of more like talkback radio than like written commentary.
Yeah, and I could name a dozen people who've been posting from back when I have, because I just know all their names, and I've probably
Yeah.
only met one of them, but I
Mm.
know who they are. One of them, one of them I still see occasionally. It's just sort of quite weird, but and I think when you're reading it and you're posting on it, because I definitely have probably had a bit of an obsession about that at the time. There was a day when I managed to get onto the over by over, the Rugby Six Nations, like stupid now, like football and something else. Like
Yeah.
it gets really stupid sometimes, but and I'm definitely the quality over quantity over quality. I tried to look at how many times I've emailed them. It must be in the thousands. It's like,
Wow.
you know, but there's something quite enjoyable about, especially when it's not going well, about kind of
Mm.
getting in your kind of gallows humor into it, because that's kind of how we operate. That's the perfect link back to the 90s. Those correspondents are also a similar age to me. So they're the ones that have been stung by all these disastrous England performances. So it's sort of, to coin Felix White's brilliant phrase in his "There's Always Summer Somewhere" book, we're all got a nice little sad cricket cave to live in sometimes.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And yeah, I mean, speak from my experience, like when 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 life wasn't the happiest. For example, when I was finishing up my thesis, like cricket is there and the cricket community is there, and yeah, that made a big difference. Um, you mentioned that you credit these OBOs as the gateway for further cricket obsession. So can you talk about how that played out for you?
Well, as I said, I mean, I think I've always been really into cricket, but I think I'm a real people person.
Mm.
Shout out to all the disc people, but I'm an SI. Like, I'm an inveterate people pleaser. I'm not a numbers or a process guy, but I love people and I seek communities. In the 2000s, it was music and dance music. I was on I was on,
Mm.
was it IRC, I think, originally, or IRC originally, which was amazing hearing that mentioned in the previous episode when you spoke to your
Yeah.
tutors, Peter, right?
Yes.
Who had been on that early IRC, because I was on that and I was like, oh my God, is that where Cricket Info started? So I sought out these communities. I've always been someone that really wants to find my tribe. And I guess my cricket and music stuff crossed over. I'm still a big music nerd, but the Over by Over brought this other community for
Mm-hmm.
me to kind of link to people and those shared experiences where if a cricket was going down the toilet, you were not alone in your misery, or when
Mm-hmm.
the success was there, you could celebrate it. And because that didn't need you to have a Sky subscription, or you didn't
Mm-hmm.
have to be listening to TMS, that was great. And that's really, I mean, that's how I know you, essentially.
Yes,
So
exactly.
Adam and Jeff, like first came on the, like, I weirdly don't know why I never got onto the Final Word podcast before that, but I was aware of them in 2016, 2017.
Yeah.
Um, and obviously that then led, they were, big over by over correspondents, and that led me to read some of their other work, which led me to listen to the podcast, which led me to get on the online community. And that's how we came across each other. We met at
Mm-hmm.
the Final Word game in London, must be 3 years ago now, which is,
2022.
hilarious, right? Because you were
Yes.
over for like a really
A
short space of
week
time and
and a
happened to be
half.
there.
Yeah.
You were like, "Oh, I'm over from Indonesia," and I was like, "What?" Like, you just sort of thought, "Oh, I'm gonna." It felt originally like you were just popping over for the game, which I really wanted to be true.
It wasn't far away. I was only in the UK for a week and a half, and I was only in London for 2.5 days. So it was
It's just mad.
immensely serendipitous.
The
Um,
stars aligned, right?
absolutely. So yeah, like so ever since like your obsession got kickstarted by the OBOs, like what directions have you been pushed in?
Well, I think it coincided with me going to cricket more. It rekindled my love for the game. So
Mhm.
I was a Surrey member, a youth member as a kid with my brother, but moved to London, and kind of cricket kind of drifted out of my life until the 2005 Ashes, probably. But off the back of that and getting into the over by over, I then started going to test matches again. I went to the '09
Mhm.
Ashes, and apart from 2019, where I was at the World Cup, I've gone to an Ashes test every single summer that it's been over here, which led me to getting more into cricket, which led me on to kind of cricket podcasts, which got me onto the Final Word community. And it's now kind of mushroomed, basically.
Yeah.
I'm in this like wonderful kind of more comfortable place, because in my 20s and 30s, like we all are, like if you're a diehard, especially England or Australia fan, you're pretty partisan. You're pretty. I was probably a bit of a dickhead around cricket. Like, you know, yes, I booed Ponting when he got hit in the face. I booed. I definitely booed a bit of sandpaper stuff as well. But I'm in a position now where I'm far less bothered about whether we win or lose. I'm far more interested in whether the women are playing. I'm far more interested. I wasn't into women's cricket before getting onto that, really. I'm now tracking associate cricket. Like, I love checking, like, someone's like, oh, Indonesia's playing Thailand. Oh, this is amazing. Great. This is like, you know, your big local derby. I'm into like the qualifiers. I watch way more cricket than I ever have done. I watch way more women's cricket than I ever have done. I go to way more cricket. You know, I've become a member at Lancashire since I moved up to Manchester 5 years ago. And that is wonderful to be part of the cricket fabric in a more kind of direct way. So it's reduced by far how partisan I am, and that is an infinitely more enjoyable place to be. Like it's not nice being, you know, I'm not the equivalent of the guy in the Holly stand calling Travis Head something pretty unreasonable at Edgbaston. I'm the people sat at the other side of the ground with a bunch of nerds that we know going, is that what they say? Like, why are they doing that? There's kids here. I don't like, this is not what we want about cricket. It's so much more an inclusive world where I'm invested in the game and the people way more than the results. And that's such a nice place to be.
It's such a relief to not have to care in that way so much of the time, because it is quite tiring to be that invested. This is something that I've workshopped with a bunch of people, but I don't think I've mentioned it on the pod. So one observation that I had in Australia, because like you have a bunch of football codes that aren't actual football,
whoa, careful.
I'm talking about football as actual football.
Right, yeah.
Right. So I'm an AFL fan, and there's a bunch of like our mutual friends who are rugby league fans, and it seems to be an almost perfect correlation between people who like those sports as well as cricket, that our fandom of cricket is much more chilled out compared to our fandom of the football code. Can you relate to that? Because like I know you're a Spurs fan. Do you find that you are way more emotionally invested in football and Spurs in England versus cricket?
No, I mean, yeah. So my two big sports are cricket and rugby. Like, I've definitely been a bigger football fan, a soccer fan, you know, for all your global listeners, like, than I used to be. I support Spurs, which has a whiff of failure in itself. So maybe that is nicely aligned with cricket. But I was definitely much more partisan on that when I was younger, and rugby certainly. God, me and my brother, I'm going to out him now, that we once watched, I think it was the 1991 World Cup, would it have been? Or 91, and England lost to Australia, and we had such a massive argument that we both got kicked out of the house by our dad. Because I genuinely was like, like 91, I was 16. Okay. This is like excusable.
Yeah, sure.
But I can laugh at it now, but I definitely went through a period where I was like, no one is allowed to know about this story.
Yeah, right.
And we would wind each other up. And I think, again, I don't know, I think when there's definitely an age thing to it, I would imagine that even the most partisan of AFL fans, for instance, are going to feel much more chilled about the game than in their 40s or 50s than they are in their 20s or 30s. So I definitely took rugby and, to extent, football, and definitely cricket way too seriously when I was younger. I think the more, because I was in quite a parallel blinkered environment with it, it was like I mixed with people who supported England. I mixed with people who supported England cricket. I wasn't as much into the county game. I wasn't into the women's game at all. And in rugby, it was the same. It was all England, England, England. Now, my parents lived abroad for a long time, and since my dad came back, we go to the rugby at Leicester every year because that's what got me into the game. It's a really nice experience that softened my experience of that. I think the more you invest into a single thing, the harder it is to be objective about it. And my sporting life and supporting life is so much more enjoyable because of the range and breadth of cricket I'm into, the range and breadth of rugby I'm into. I watch loads of stuff for teams I don't support and just enjoy it because it is there. And that, I think, is an age and an outlook thing. I think the more wider you get exposed to these cultures and people, and the wider participants in something, just the more it's enjoyable because you stop caring about the individual thing.
Yeah, and I think that is kind of something that can be extrapolated to life in general, in that, like, if someone lives their life in one specific way, and that has always been the case, and then they come into contact with another thing that's kind of foreign, then they go, well, that's wrong. If they've fallen into an environment where there's where things are done a whole bunch of different ways and none of them are wrong, then it's just easier to be more accepting of, the diversity of what happens.
And life is always better when that's accepted. I mean, for you coming to Australia as a non-native, right, you must have seen both the kind of, quite like any country, right, the parochial nature of kind of focus on one particular sport, one particular area. The classic example of the person that lives all their life in their one town and supports the one team, and that's everything to them. And I guess, how's your view of that from the outside? Do you really feel like you're sort of desensitized to a bit of having to lump everything in with one place because it's not about one team or one country for you?
Well, yeah, my first stint in Australia was like when I was, between ages 7 and 11, and I kind of just became one of them in that, like, I was a super Australia fan, and like, this was between 02 and 06 where they were unbeatable, so it was very easy for everyone to just support Australia. But yeah, as I got older, and I guess I became more aware of, let's say, players' behaviors, not necessarily off the field, certainly just like on the field. Like I didn't know what mental disintegration was in the early to mid 2000s, but like I knew what Michael Clark said when he told Jimmy Anderson to get ready for a broken fucking arm, and that wasn't very nice. And yeah, so I guess like those kinds of things, and also like the decline in Channel 9 commentary kind of disillusioned me, and like we can talk about like lost cricket years and periods where we're not where we haven't been as invested into cricket or following it at all. But I think for me, I guess going back to your points, like that was when I didn't really have a cricket community. Whereas like, so, between age 7 and 11, I was in primary school, everyone was into cricket in the summer, AFL in the winter. Whereas even when I was in Australia at school, like, even now, I don't really, even now, excluding the final word Discord people, I don't really have people in my quote unquote real life who like cricket or even sport very much, except for some notable exceptions who might come on to the podcast in due course. So yeah, I think I relate to a lot to what you say with my investment in cricket or anything is very much tied to whether or not I can find a community, and I'm very thankful that in terms of cricket, the community that I have found myself in is kind of like you, encouraged me to go from strength to strength to strength, I guess. And like really turbocharged my cricket sickness.
Yeah, I think it's a reflection of, like, I think school is really interesting because university, you can be in these big groups of people and they're really directly related to you because you are in with them at your course or whatever. I played cricket at uni and rugby, and I really enjoyed that. But once you're into the adult world, into the sort of real life, you kind of don't get to always pick and choose how that unfolds. And while I was like super into like raving and dance music, and I have a massive community of friends from that, it was only now when I have this big wide circle of people and community from cricket, the people that live in Manchester that I know that I still meet and go to cricket with is very, very small. It's the extended group. You find the ability, what I love is you find the ability to have these kind of groups of people online
And we are back. Welcome back, everyone, to the second session of this fourth day from the MCG, the Melbourne Cricket Ground, in this fourth test of the Border Gavaskar Trophy 2024-2025. Well, the Indians could reduce their deficit to 104 in the first session of the day. Nitish Kumar Reddy, the hero of India's first innings, was the wicket to fall, not Mohammad Siraj, which was a bit unlikely, but doesn't matter. In reply, the Australians are 53 for 2, which is effectively 158 for 2. The question on Australia's mind is now one of time, basically. When will they declare? And how many runs are they comfortable defending? And how much time do they give themselves to take the 10 Indian wickets that they need to take? I think this is set up beautifully, because it means there is something in jeopardy on this fourth day. The Australians, I would expect, will declare on this day, but we are underway again. Akashdeep is opening the session for India. He is bowling to Manos Labuschagne, and the first one, right arm over the wicket to the right-hander. Manos Labuschagne beats the attempted drive by Manos Labuschagne. It goes through to Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, who can't believe that Akashdeep has again missed Manos Labuschagne's outside edge, as we are seeing the scenic sawdust hills of Melbourne near Akashdeep's mark. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket, clipped into the leg side by Manos Labuschagne, and there is a fielder out there at mid-wicket who stops it, and there is no run. Australia remain on 53 for 2. Labuschagne on 20, Steve Smith at the non-strikers end on 2, Labuschagne on 20 of 48, Smith on 2 of 21. So he might still need some time to get his eye in. He didn't look that comfortable as Manos Labuschagne pushes one out into the offside, fielded at backward point, and there is no run. Something informs me that someone is pinging me on Discord. Let's have a look if it is anything relevant. No, doesn't look like it. The my bescheuertes kurzes Bein Discord server is not the one that's pinging me. So anyway, we are continuing. Clipped off the legs of Manos Labuschagne, and there is Nitish, is it Reddy, who is herring after it at deep mid-wicket, stops it, but the Australians run 3 runs, so Smith is back on strike for possibly 2 more Akashdeep deliveries as the Australians move on to 56 for 2. This one was a bit fuller by Akashdeep, and I do think that is Nitish Kumar Reddy who is running after that ball that is racing to the boundary. Anyway, in comes Akashdeep again, and there is a thick outside edge, but I think that Yashasvi Jaiswal, who dropped Usman Khawaja earlier in the day, took that on the bounce. Yes, he did. It bounced half a meter in front of him. But he does well to stop it. Rolling over, stopping that. In comes Akashdeep for the final delivery of his over, clipped into the leg side again. And again, it is ready, running after it, as the Australians take a couple this time, or was it Jadeja? We are seeing close-ups of Ravindra Jadeja, so I am assuming it is Jadeja that stopped that. Cricket Info is not telling me anything about who the fielder is. Anyway, yeah, if you are listening to this, please consider liking and subscribing, and also get in touch with the stream by using either the YouTube chat or Blue Sky. You can use at linuxlea.bsky.social. It's on your screen now. I will read out your comments between overs. Yeah, please get in touch. Really helps. Gives me a bit of a feeling that I'm not just talking into a digital void here. Anyway, Bumrah is back into the attack, and he has Manos Labuschagne inside edging one into his pads, and there is no run. Bumrah seems to have decided that it is time to now attack the Australian batsman's stumps. The attendance is currently rising again. 4,000 people more in the ground than at last count that was on the screen. There were 30,000 halfway, I think, through the morning session. Now there is almost 35,000. In comes Bumrah again, and left alone by Labuschagne as Bumrah is pulling it wider again. There are two slips, there is a gully, and there is a second dot ball in the over. Bumrah with figures of 1 for 18 from 8.2 overs. As we are seeing a replay, there is seam movement for Jasprit Bumrah on offer here, as this one seemed quite far into Manos Labuschagne, but it started out so wide that there was no danger for the Australian batsman. In comes Bumrah again, third delivery, right arm over the wicket, and again Manos Labuschagne leaves it alone, as much on height as on the line, and he is having some ticks at the crease now, throwing his head back, screaming, roaring, the usual stuff, as you do. In comes Bumrah for his fourth delivery, and he stays on a length but outside the off stump, and Manos Labuschagne leaves that one alone, and we are seeing a comparison of the scoring rate. On day 1 it was 3.61, then 3.95 on day 2, day 3 2.77, and day 4 currently is the slowest scoring day with a scoring rate of 2.37 runs an over. In comes Bumrah again, a right arm over the wicket, a very straight on drive from Manos Labuschagne that finds the boundary, breaks the shackles a bit. 4 runs for him. He moves on to 27, Australia 62 for 2. As annoying as Manos Labuschagne can be, when he hits these straight drives. He looks $1 million. I have to admit that, and I'm really annoyed most of the time when I see Manos Labuschagne on a cricket field. Inside edge by Manos Labuschagne that goes down to deep fine leg, and there is a fielder out there throwing it back into the square towards the keeper, and the Australians take a single. So Manos Labuschagne is farming the strike here. Let's see if anyone is with us. Again, YouTube is reverting or defaulting to top chat as the sorting mechanism for messages in the chat, which is super annoying because why would you do that for a stream that is currently live? Anyway, there is something on Blue Sky, so let's have a look at that. Oh, it's just Rich Turner. Rich, thank you, Rich, for re-skeeting the announcement that we are back for the afternoon session, as we are seeing Jasprit Bumrah sitting in the Indian dugout, peeling some dirt from out of his cleats, as Akashdeep is continuing the attack. First delivery to Manos Labuschagne is a dot ball. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket, and there an outside edge, as there is deviation, and Rishabh Pant takes it behind the stumps. Let's see that again. It looks almost like he got a shoulder of a bat to that, but no one is appealing. What is going on? Oh, no, he doesn't get the shoulder of the bat to that. But it is very, very close, and Manos Labuschagne is definitely not in control of that shot. Defended out into the offside for another dot ball. The Australian batsmen look to be troubled by the Indian bowlers on this fourth day, so that will give them some headache. They can't score the runs quickly, but they are only 2 down. So the dilemma in Pat Cummins' mind is what is a defendable total here, and how long will my bowlers take to take the 10 Indian wickets, as Manos Labuschagne is threw his shot too early and is hit on the forearm of his lower hand, of the bottom hand. The ball hits him just behind the wrist, and you can almost see his forearm bend there. The physios are out, and Labuschagne is talking to them. He is trying to flex his right hand, and he looks in pain. The physio is now ordering him to try turning the hand around. It looks like there is a real indentation, and now I think there is swelling is visible. Ooh, that looks painful. It just looks painful on the screen, as the physio is giving Manos' arm a very thorough examination. Let's see if ESPN Cricinfo has any more info on that one. Well, yeah, the ball-by-ball commentary on Cricinfo agrees with me. There's already swelling visible. He is hit just above the wrist. The speed of the ball at this point is 106 kilometers per hour. He is now getting some straps on his right forearm. Looks like nothing is broken. Some extra protection to keep the straps in place. Oh, that looked painful, and to be honest, Labuschagne looks a bit rattled. He seems to be quiet for once, which is probably an alarming sign for the Australians, as Akashdeep comes in again. And this one is driven, but driven straight to cover, and there is no run. Final delivery of Akashdeep's 11th over coming up. So far it is a maiden. No, Manos Labuschagne is back to his normal self. Blowing bubbles with his bubble gum, throwing his head back, chatting shit. In comes Akashdeep again, right arm over the wicket as Manos Labuschagne pushes this one out into the offside. He takes off for a single, but KL Rahul comes in and fields the ball. Manos Labuschagne reverses course and is back into his crease before KL Rahul can take aim at the stumps, and there is no run. Australia 63 for 2 after 28 overs. So Smith is back on strike, and it is Bumrah to continue apparently. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Not on YouTube. Okay. So if you are listening, please consider liking and subscribing. That really helps a small channel like mine. As you can see, less than 100 subscribers. But yeah, so any interaction with the channel helps. Leave a message in the chat, as this time it is Steve Smith who seems eager to get off strike as he pushes Jasprit Bumrah into the offside and takes off for a single. And again, it is KL Rahul who is coming in from cover, who is threatening to throw down Steve Smith's stumps, and Smith is sprinting hard back into the safety of his crease. No run. Bumrah again, right arm over the wicket. This time he is bowling wider, and Steve Smith leaves that alone, as we are seeing that Devdutt Padikkal is on. He is not in the playing 11, so he is on as a substitute fielder, but I don't know for whom. As we are seeing front and side on pictures of Jasprit Bumrah's delivery, and in he comes again, right arm over the wicket. Steve Smith defends that, and he sends Manos Labuschagne back, who apparently was already out of his crease at the non-striker's end. As we are seeing that Bumrah comparison again, let me give you some updates. After this series is done, I will do a series review, and I have Abhishek Mukherjee and possibly Anindo Dotta with me for that one. Abhishek Mukherjee, of course, co-author of the last book or the most recent book by Jared Kimber, and Anindo Dotta, the author of Wizards, The History of Indian Spin Bowling, and fellow GC Radio alumni, and a friend of the channel. So if that is something that you would be interested in, subscribe so you don't miss it. Don't know who else I will have on for that one. Adit is a strong possibility. So yeah, watch out for that one. That will be recorded somewhere after the Sydney test. Why am I waffling? It is because the Australians can't buy a run. 5 dot balls thus far in Bumrah's 10th over, and here is the final delivery coming up now. He has Smith at the striker's end. In he comes, and Smith plays one to mid-on, and this time the Australians get a quick single through, so no maiden for Jasprit Bumrah. The Australians move on to 64 for 2, and let's have a look if anyone is with us. Doesn't look like it on YouTube. And Blue Sky seems quiet as well. Well, doesn't matter. I think this is a crucial session in this test, as I think this is where the Australian leadership will gauge where they what target they can defend, how the surface plays. When they can feel confident to declare, and I think it's a game of declaration at this point. It would be sensational if the Indians could sneak away with the second draw in as many tests after being down and out at some point in their first innings or on the first 2 days, as Akashdeep has overstepped. Yes, he does. There is nothing, not even the heel of the boot on the line. Everything is over the line here. It's not as inexcusable as when a spinner does something like that. He is, after all, a fast bowler. As he turns at the sawdust pile, in he comes again, defended by Smith into the offside, fielded by KL Rahul again, who is running in from short cover, and there is no run. 65 for 2, the Australians. The lead is 170. As we are shown pictures of people lounging about in the Shane Warne stand. Let's investigate if we can find out who Devdutt Padikkal is on for. No, nothing. Or this time Smith opens the face, drives and finds space, can get it through the covers, can almost smuggle it over the boundary. But there are 2 Indian fielders running after it, throwing it back into the middle, as the Australians have completed 3 runs. So Marnus Labuschagne is back onto strike. In he comes, clipped off the legs, and there is Jadeja running after it, fielding it at backward square leg, and the Australians have run a couple. So Marnus Labuschagne brings up his 30 of 63 deliveries. The partnership is 27. 19 of those going to Labuschagne, or no, not necessarily. No, 18. I think there is a no ball in there. In comes Akashdeep, and this one is defended into the offside. It is fielded, and there is no run. It is basically it's stopped by Akashdeep with his foot. He doesn't bother to pick it up though. I think it is again KL Rahul coming in as Akashdeep is the second the instant he stops it with his foot, he turns around, walks back to his mark, and KL Rahul is coming in from the covers, picking up the ball. And in comes Akashdeep for the final delivery, and Labuschagne jams down the bat, and Akashdeep can't believe that he did not get the outside edge again. He is missing Marnus Labuschagne's outside edge by a fraction of a millimeter. Probably one layer of the transparent sticky tape that Marnus Labuschagne has all over his bat. And that is the over. Australia 70 for 2, 30 overs gone. The lead is 175. Mohammad Siraj is warming up in the outfield, and let's have a look at social media. Rich says, I think Australia will want a lead of at least 300. They are batting very defensively at the moment. Yes, they are. They are batting very defensively at the moment, but it looks like they don't like they are challenged almost every ball by the Indian bowlers. And while there is some movement, I don't think the pitch really deteriorated that much from yesterday when the Indians put on a record partnership for the 8th wicket, as Smith gets an inside edge between his legs into the leg side for a single, and Siraj continues, driven by Smith, and the Australians are running for another single, just another single. Oh, it's Labuschagne, sorry. Labuschagne drives and brings Smith back onto strike. Yeah, the Indians yesterday put on the highest partnership for the 8th wicket by an Indian team at the MCG. The previous record was held by Tiger Pataudi, 67 and 68 tour of India. Cut by Steve Smith, and he finds the boundary, and that means the Australians move on to 76 for 2 now. The lead 181. Nitish Kumar Reddy yesterday also became made the highest score from number 8 for any Indian in Australia ever. The former highest score from number 8 for India in Australia was Anil Kumble in the 2000s, and I think he made 83. Not out, something like that. But Nitish Kumar Reddy became the first Indian to score a century in Australia from number 8. Fourth delivery of the over is a dot ball. He was also the 4th youngest Indian to make a century in Australia. The first 2 places in that ranking are unsurprisingly Sachin Tendulkar. Number 3 is Rishabh Pant on I think his first tour to Australia, the first one India ever won in Australia. That historic Border Gavaskar Trophy. Smith drives one, but it is stopped, and the Australians do not risk the single as Mohammad Siraj comes in for the final delivery of his over, clipped off his legs by Smith, fielded though by, I think that is ready, and there is again no run. So the Australians end the 31st over on 76 for 2. And yes, it looks like it was indeed Nitish Kumar Reddy who was fielding that at square leg. Because he is now into the attack. He was taking off his cap, and so he will now bowl. He's an interesting bowler. He has the run up of a really fast man, and when it comes out of his hand, it is pure military medium, as they say. Rishabh Pant is standing up to the stumps for Nitish Kumar Reddy a lot of the time, just like Alex Carey does to Mitch Marsh. Oh, what's going on here? No, Rishabh Pant is standing back this time. Something he didn't do during the first Australian innings, I think. In comes Reddy, right arm over the wicket and defended back into the pitch by Manus Labuschagne. There is no run. Really, really interesting. And I think it's also interesting that he is brought into the attack ahead of Jadeja, at least for this session. There was one Jadeja over before lunch. Cut by Manus Labuschagne and fielded in the deep by the substitute fielder Devdutt Padikkal, and the Australians have run a couple. Australia 78 for 2, 31.2 overs gone. Or was that Washington Sundar out there? I know that Devdutt Padikkal was, at least, on the field for someone. I haven't seen much of Sundar thus far in the innings. No. Can't tell if it was Sundar. Labuschagne clips one off his legs. It is fielded at mid-wicket, and the Australians have taken another couple of runs. So yeah, I think the thinking here is that there is a lot of there's still some seam movement on offer. So let the ball get really, really old before Jadeja goes to work. Now Pant comes up to the stumps. In comes ready again, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Marnus Labuschagne. There is a very wide first slip and there is a gully. And there is no run as Labuschagne defends one. 80 for 2, the Australians. Rohit Sharma is standing at a very, very wide slip and quite a way behind Rishabh Pant, who has moved up to the stumps. That's a picture you don't see that often. Generally, if the keeper is standing up to the stumps, it's mostly to spin bowling, and the slips are generally coming up with the keeper. But in this instance, Rishabh Pant is taking his position as if he were keeping to a spinner, but the slips are in place for a medium pacer. Okay. Okay. Been disconnected again. Losing my feed every time this happens. Let's set that up again. Think we are good again. Okay. No, not yet. Okay, here we go again. So, Mohammad Siraj continues. He is bowling his 9th over, the 33rd of the Australian innings. The lead is 185 as Mohammad Siraj bowls 2 dot balls to open his 9th over. He is shown in conversation with Jasprit Bumrah as he is coming up to his mark. And there is a wide slash outside the off stump by Steve Smith. Did not need to play at that with an angled bat, and he gets the top edge that is taken behind the stumps by Rishabh Pant, and Steve Smith has to go as Mohammad Siraj serves him up one wide, foolish wide outside off stump, and Smith hangs his bat out and gets the top edge. Australia suddenly 80-3. Smith has to go, caught punt, bowled Siraj for 13, and the Australian lead is 185. And things are starting to happen here now. This is interesting. This is getting interesting because it means that Travis Head will come out for the Australians. In the first innings, it was the first time that Travis Head ever made an international duck against India. So let's see if he can improve on that performance. Oh, interesting. Travis Head is coming out to the middle. He is on a pair at the moment. 185 for 3. The Australians effectively. Mohammad Siraj taking 2 wickets now. The only Indian bowler to take more than 1. Jasprit Bumrah, just as a reminder, is sitting on 199 test wickets currently. So, well, will he be all that bothered by maybe taking some some tail end scalps. I'm not sure, but Travis Head is off the mark and off the pair first ball. The Australians take a single as Travis Head plays one into the offside, and he brings his batting partner Manus Labuschagne back onto strike. So Head 1 of 1, Labuschagne 35 of 72. The lead that was 185, or the Australian position that was effectively 185 for 2 has become 186 for 3. In comes Siraj again as Manus Labuschagne is taking strike. There are 2 slips in place for Labuschagne as he clips one to backward square leg where it is fielded by Yashasvi Jaiswal. There is no run. Final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 9th over coming up now. Well. Things are starting to happen in this match. It is looking much more engaging than it did at the end of the second day when India were basically down and out, 311 runs behind, 5 wickets down already. As Manus Labuschagne cuts one behind backward point, it is fielded out in the deep by Nitish Kumar Reddy, who throws it in back towards the square. It is fielded at basically mid-wicket by Yashasvi Jaiswal, and the Australians run 3 runs, so Manus Labuschagne turns over this or farms the strike with a 3. Which is interesting because I remember Alex Bowden complaining about this not being the case anymore today. You farm the strike with a single of the final delivery of the ball of the over, but not a 3. And I think it has happened quite a few times in this series, actually. There have been a lot of 3s run in this series overall, and the strike farming with the 3 is not that uncommon in this series, I think, if I remember correctly. If you are confused by what I'm talking about, you need to listen to the Ridiculous Ashes podcast, and in particular the season on the 1981 Ashes. Every season of the Ridiculous Ashes podcast is an absolute cracker, but the 81 series is one of the best ones. Not just because it is obviously the 81 Ashes series, but it's amazing. A single of the first delivery of Bumrah's over. In he comes, right arm around the wicket to Travis Head, who holds out to Nitish Kumar Reddy at square leg as he tries to flick one over mid-wicket. 85 for 4, the Australians. 190 the lead. Things are happening here. Get in. He mistimes it. He does only get the toe end of the bat on that one. There is no power in that. And Nitish Kumar Reddy makes no mistake. Travis Head has to go. It's not a pair. That is probably the best one can say about this match for Travis Head. But he only makes 1 run in 2 innings after tormenting India in the previous tests, and India with their tail up, and I almost forgot. So that means that Jasprit Bumrah's 200th test wicket is Travis Head in the Border Gavaskar Trophy in Australia. That's a 200th wicket to cherish, I would suggest. And it also means that Mitch Marsh is the next Australian batsman out to the crease, and he has been low on runs in the series. So the Indians are clawing this game back. Let's have a look if anyone is with us to witness this amazing passage of play. Everyone, if you are listening, feel free to use the YouTube chat to write to me at on Blue Sky at linuxlea.bsky.social. This is an amazing moment in this match. Mitch Marsh is out there, and Jasprit Bumrah bowls right arm over the wicket, and Mitch Marsh defends it in front of his pads. There are arms raised in the slips. I think they didn't see the fact that he got his bat onto the ball, and we are seeing the lowest bowling averages with a minimum of 200 test wickets. Jasprit Bumrah is the number one amongst test bowlers with 200 test wickets. He is even better than Malcolm Marshall in terms of average. Better than Marshall, better than Garner. And I think he is the only test bowler with more than 200 test wickets with an average below 20. Next one is Fuller, wider, Marsh leaves it alone, and there is no run. Yes, indeed. Bumrah average 19.56, Marshall 20.94, Garner 20.97, Ambrose 20.99, and then it is Fred Truman 21.57. Granted, the only one on this list who has also fewer than 300 test wickets is, I think, what was it? Garner, I think. What's happened here? Oh, thank you. Jasprit Bumrah has 201. Apparently, I didn't see it because my TV pictures didn't show me. In comes Jasprit Bumrah. Now there's a replay. Bumrah coming in. And Mitch Marsh gloves one that rears up from a length through to Rishabh Pant, the keeper, and the Australians have lost 2 wickets in a single over. This is all happening. 34th over, Australia, 85 for 5, 1 run, 2 wickets. Mitch Marsh has to go for a duck. The Australians are effectively 100 for 5. Everything happening here, and that means that Alex Carey will have to come out for Australia now. And after that, it's basically the tail, because I don't think that Patrick Cummins is really anything resembling an all-rounder. Most of the time, he has the odd all-round innings in him, but I don't think he will have one here. Oh, damn, this test is taking a turn. The Indians Indians are clawing their way back into this game that everyone thought they had lost on the second day. If they do not lose this, Nitish Kumar Reddy is player of the match for me. Anyway, Mohammad Siraj is continuing. I did not see the first delivery of his 10th over because commercials are more important than the cricket. It was Labuschagne on strike. They took a single, so that means that Alex Carey will face the first delivery of his innings now. He will face Mohammad Siraj. He has figures of 2 for 21 from 9.1 overs. It's all happening here. What a crazy day 3 it has been, and what a crazy day 4 it proves to be, as Mohammad Siraj comes right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Carey. And there is no run. Carey defending that one back to cover, and we are seeing replays of everyone mugging Jasprit Bumrah after that dismissal of Mitch Marsh for a duck. In comes Siraj again. This one is clipped for a couple off his hip by Alex Carey, and he is off the mark. 2 of 2, Australia 88 for 5. Leading by 193 runs. Whew. Let me have a look. We should be about 5 minutes away from a drinks break as the halftime of the session, as Siraj goes short to Carey, who leans back and lets that one fly over his grill. No run, 88 for 5, still the Australians. Shades of the second Australian innings in Brisbane here, when they spectacularly collapsed. In comes Siraj again, fourth delivery of the over, defended by Alex Carey towards mid-on off, and there is no run. Final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 10th over coming in now. Most serious wickets in Australia. Jasprit Bumrah is a joint second place with Chandrasekhar. Only Bishan Bedi has taken more wickets in Australia. 31. And there is an appeal for a caught behind, as Mohammad Siraj is going short. Alex Carey is looking to hook him. It is taken behind the stumps by Rishabh Pant, but I think no one is that convinced by the appeal. And indeed, no one has made the tee. Everyone is going about their business as usual. So that's the end of the over. Australia 88 for 5. 3 runs coming off Siraj's over. And let's have a look at social media. And Rich Turner is with us, and he says, forget the draw. The match is India's to lose now. Yes, I would agree. As I said, unbelievable from the end of the second day when they were 311 behind with only 5 more wickets in hand on the first innings, and everyone thought, okay, that's the World Test Championship final for India gone. If they can win this match here, they will also retain the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Australia can only draw the series, and because India hold it at the moment, that means they will retain it. Bumrah continuing for his 12th over, and he bowls to Labuschagne, and the first one is a dot ball. This is one of the greatest matches I have ever seen, and I've seen the two last Border Gavaskar trophies in Australia in their entirety, and this is amazing. Second delivery is another dot ball by Bumrah. He has taken 28 wickets. He needs 3 more in the series to equal the record by an Indian for wickets taken in series in Australia. It is currently held by Bishan Singh Bedi, who has taken 31 in one series in Australia. He never played 5 tests in Australia, though, so that's an asterisk if Bumrah takes 4 more in the series and becomes the record holder for most wickets taken in one series by an Indian in Australia. Yeah, no, not really. It's a record fair and square if he can manage it. Well, Labuschagne is raging against the defeat that looms on the horizon, and he finds the outfield again, meaning the Australians are once again running 3 as he clips one to deep mid wicket. Oh no, to long on. Sorry, the perspective is a bit weird on that one. The Australians run 3, meaning they now bring up their 90 in the second innings. 91 for 5 after 35.4 overs. They lead 196 runs. In comes Jasprit Bumrah, this time to Alex Carey, and Carey defends it back towards Bumrah, who takes it on the bounce and throws it at the stumps, but Carey, I think he hits Carey on the pad. Who is standing right in front of the stumps, to be fair to Jasprit Bumrah. So Bumrah takes it on the bounce, throws it in the direction of the stumps. He hits Carey, I think, on the pad, and if he had missed Carey's pad, Carey would have been out because he ran down the wicket to Bumrah. And next ball, Jasprit Bumrah has bowled Alex Carey. Off stump is flying, off bail is gone. Australia 91 for 6. 169 runs ahead. End of the over. Bumrah has figures of 4 for 28 from 12 overs. And the Australians are, I don't know, throwing it away. India taking control in a match that they were out of just a few hours of play ago. And that brings up a drinks break. And I think I will need a short break as well to work out what is happening here. I will be with you again very, very shortly. And we are back after drinks. I'm sorry, I think I missed 1 or 2 deliveries. But please forgive me, because this match, everyone, everything happening here. Mohammad Siraj is continuing as the Australians crumble to 93-6, and India are now favorites according to WinWiz. The Australians are only 40%, India 55%, and the draw is 5%. A couple and 2 dot balls. The first 3 deliveries of Mohammad Siraj is over, as we are seeing footage from behind the stumps of Bumrah bowling Alex Carey, taking out middle and off, but the ball tracking showed that this one kept very, very low in comparison to Bumrah's average bounce. The average bounce would have actually gone over the stumps, but this one kept low. But it doesn't really matter, because Alex Carey played completely the wrong line to that one, and that means that the Indians are now firm favorites. What a match. I love Test cricket so much. And this match is one of the reasons why Test cricket is just the best. That gets the blood pumping. 4 dot balls in a row now for Mohammad Siraj, who has Manos Labuschagne, his arch nemesis, at least during this series, in his sights. So the umpire is lowering his arm, and Mohammad Siraj comes in, right arm around over the wicket to Labuschagne, who can farm the strike with a quick single into the offside. 94-6, the Australians. The lead is 199 runs, but they are 6 wickets down. And I was talking about this being the day being about the declaration for Australia, when to declare the delicate balance between achieving a total that or a target that was defendable, and giving their bowlers enough time to bowl out the Indians. All of that has now changed for the moment. There could always be another Indian top order collapse here. The Indians will hope that they can do better in the second innings, that there are no what we call in Germany Flüchtigkeitsfehler, no brain fades, no lapses of concentration or stuff like that, like the Jaiswal run out, the Kohli edge due to the unnecessary push to the Boland delivery, stuff like that. If they can play methodical and clean cricket, they should win this match from this point here. Oh, this is tense. They will want to get Manos Labuschagne as Jasprit Bumrah continues for the Indians. 2 dot balls. Manos Labuschagne is on strike. Second one is defended back into the pitch. Virat Kohli is looking feisty, as of course the Australian director, the TV director, is singling him out, and for some reason someone threw Virat Kohli a helmet. He has a box and a helmet in hand, but he hands it off to KL Rahul, who I suspect will go in at short leg now for the Indians. It looked a bit like both Rohit and Rishabh Pant probably suggesting to Virat that he should go in at short leg, but he doesn't. Oh no! KL Rahul is not in at short leg. KL Rahul is in at silly point. Virat Kohli is stationed behind him at point. As Patrick wait a second. Ah, yes, it is, of course. Of course, it's Pat Cummins. He is in. I think I did not mention that, but with the fall of Alex Carey, that obviously means that Cummins is now in. Jasprit Bumrah is readjusting his spikes. As he is walking back to his mark. The Indians will probably want to get rid of Marnus Labuschagne. If Marnus Labuschagne is out, they will be confident that they can keep the Australians to a very modest target for them in the fourth innings. Because behind who is behind Carey in the Australian batting lineup? It's Stark, isn't it? Then it's Lyon and Boland at number 11. So, yeah. They will feel confident if they can get rid of Labuschagne. This is really, really tense. There are 3 slips in for Marnus Labuschagne now. No more close fielders. In comes Bumrah on a length outside the off stump, and Marnus Labuschagne leaves that one. That bounces a bit more like we would expect from Jasprit Bumrah. It is probably the average bounce again, and there is no run, so it would have flown over the top of the stumps if he had bowled that in a tighter line. Final delivery of Jasprit Bumrah's 13th over coming up. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Marnus Labuschagne. And the stream crashed again, of course, because my internet connection was out apparently for a few seconds. So let's see what's going on. Pat Cummins hits a boundary of the first over of Mohammad Siraj, of the first ball of Mohammad Siraj's over, a cut shot to backward point. And the Australians are looking rattled as Akash Deep is sliding into the boundary, trying to field that. Did they run all the force, or I don't know. Cut into the ground by Pat Cummins, and there is no run, as now the Indian fielders are starting to crowd the bat. There is a Jaiswal under a lid. Jaiswal under a lid, as is probably KL Rahul. Jaiswal, I think, is at short leg. KL Rahul is at silly point. And in comes Mohamed Siraj, and this one is defended into the ground by Pat Cummins, and it is fielded in close. There is no run. As we are seeing a replay of Pat Cummins' boundaries, they are mostly square or behind square on the offside. There is one that is towards cover. The rest is behind square on the offside. 3 more deliveries to survive for him, and this one is short by Mohamed Siraj, and Pat Cummins checks his hook shot, and it is given as a wide by umpire Joel Wilson. So the Australians 99 for 6 now. Oh, this is a roller coaster of a match. This is a real roller coaster of a match. What a day. In comes Mohamed Siraj, defended off the back foot by Pat Cummins into the ground, fielded at silly point, and there is no run. Mohamed Siraj walking back towards his mark. The Australian lead is 204 runs. It crossed 200 with the Pat Cummins boundary, obviously. From 199 to 203, and then there was another wide. In comes Mohamed Siraj, leg sidey, and on the shorter end of a length, rearing up. Pat Cummins is surprised by line and bounce, and there is no run. As we are seeing crowd shots, there are a lot of Bharat Army flags waving in the stands. The Australian fans are have fallen silent, apparently. A lot of shocked and dour faces from the people wearing Australian ODI kits. Final delivery of Mohamed Siraj is over down the leg side, and there is an appeal for a caught behind down the leg side, but umpire Joel Wilson doesn't give it, and Rohit Sharma is not reviewing that decision. And we would see a replay if the broadcaster didn't think that some consumer information wouldn't be more important, I guess. Apparently, according to Cricinfo, it brushed Cummins's hip on the way to punt. So, we have a change in the bowling. Maybe a bit of hope for Australia to extend their lead a bit. Jasprit Bumrah is not indestructible, and he has been bowling a lot. So here is Akashdeep back into the attack for the Indians. There are 3 slips in place for him. There is cover, there is mid-off, and he bowls right arm over the wicket down the leg side, and Labuschagne looks for a leg glance, misses it, and it is taken behind the stumps by Rishabh Pant. Akashdeep figures of none for 31 from 12.1 overs. Labuschagne is on 46 of 93. Cummins at the other end on 4 of 6. And if the Indians can dismiss Marnus Labuschagne here, that would oh dear. Is that another drop by Yashasvi Jaiswal at third slip off a steer by Manos Labuschagne. It looks a lot like it. Akashdeep coming in. Manos Labuschagne looks to steer it. And yes, Jaiswal has shelled the second catch in this innings. It's a dolly. I know who's not playing in Sydney. Fair to say. Akashdeep coming in again, wider outside the off stump. Labuschagne puts down the bat. There is a bit of interest in a course behind from Rishabh Pant. Everyone else is shaking their heads. And how much will that drop by Jaiswal cost the Indians? Akashdeep is a bit cross with Jaiswal. Rishabh Pant patting his lower back. Virat Kohli is standing there, arms crossed, stone-faced. Akashdeep to Manos Labuschagne. Defended, back to the bowler. Akashdeep fields it and backhands the ball into the stumps, but Cummins is home safe. Very, very good backhanding into the stumps there. He is from 45 degrees, I think, Akashdeep. Yeah, that is concerning from Yashasvi Jaiswal. That really is concerning. That was an absolute dolly he dropped. There were two dollies he dropped, as Cummins is very, very lucky on the fifth delivery of Akashdeep's over that he doesn't have the bat rotated in his hands correctly. He opened the face of the bat a bit, looking for another one of those boundaries behind square on the offside. If he had played with a more closed bat face, he would have gotten an outside edge to that one. Bumrah, his average has decreased as well, 19.38 now. Before that over with the 2 wickets, it was somewhere around 19.4 something. As Cummins survives Akashdeep's 13th over, Australia bring up their 100. 40 overs gone. Australia 100 for 6, and Mohammad Siraj is continuing. That's the way to say it. Labuschagne is on strike. Mohammad Siraj has him in his sights. And that is Ravindra Jadeja, who is fielding at deep backward point, as we are seeing a wide shot of the field. Australia leads by 205 runs. In comes Mohammad Siraj, clipped off his legs by Manos Labuschagne and fielded by Nitish Kumar Reddy at backward square leg. We are seeing close-up shots of Yashasvi Jaiswal. He does not look happy, and I wouldn't be if I were him, because he dropped 2 dollies during this innings. One of Usman Khawaja at leg gully, and now one of Manos Labuschagne at third slip. Rohit Sharma in the replays is not happy. He is very, very not happy. In comes Siraj, and is this another chance? No, it looks like it falls short of the cordon as Siraj has Cummins all squared up. There is an outside edge, but it falls short of the cordon. It is stopped by Virat Kohli, who dives to his left, ends up on the... Oh, now we are seeing a feed from behind the stumps. It missed the bat. There was only the hip involved, so it wouldn't have been out anyway. Cummins on strike. He is on 4 of 10. 3 more deliveries left in Mohammad Siraj's 13th over. The Australian lead is 206 runs. This... I mean, the MCG, it's... Cummins clips one off his legs, fielded by Jasprit Bumrah at mid-on, and there is a single, 5 of 11 Cummins, and Labuschagne is on strike, 48 of 97. This giant concrete bowl. Reminds me a bit of of science fiction imagery, like in the not very good Attack of the Clones Star Wars, the arena in there, the what is it, Geonosis arena, as Manus Labuschagne defends one from Mohammad Siraj back into the ground. Siraj feels it and threatens or mock throws it at Manus. He grins. Or something like Asimov, Caves of Steel. Something like that. I don't really like it. They could at least have made the effort to make the dressing rooms look a bit like a classical pavilion, I think. In comes Mohammad Siraj for the final delivery of his 13th over. Right arm over the wicket. Clipped to mid-wicket by Manus Labuschagne. And there is no run. So, Australia 102 for 6. And Patrick Cummins will have to face at least the first delivery of the next over. As again, the director on the ground is putting up some stuff on the screen, like, I don't know, meaningless shit like the score or some statistics, but the network is going to commercials anyway. That's annoying. I have to say, that is really, really annoying. Anyway, Bumrah looks like he won't be deprived of the opportunity to dismiss Patrick Cummins, the Australian captain. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, and this one is guided to backward point by Patrick Cummins, and the Australians take a single. So Cummins off strike. They could probably have run two, but they don't want to take that risk. Imagine Bumrah takes Cummins' wicket and then basically ends it via hat-trick. Taking Stark and Lyon after Cummins in a hat-trick, and then it is Labuschagne who will be out there with Boland. That would be fun for the Australians. Not. And we are back. Little known fact, German internet infrastructure is made from bamboo. Well, I don't know what's going on. Why I'm losing connection all the time. It is definitely the internet service provider that cuts out from time to time. Here we go again. So, Manos Labuschagne brings up his 50 with a single of the first delivery of Mohammad Siraj's over. They then run 3. So Labuschagne is back on strike. 108 for 6. The lead is 213. They run another couple of the third delivery. So Manos Labuschagne is definitely putting the pedal down. He is playing relatively risky shots here. Don't overdo it, Manos. Once you are out, it is just a matter of time. In comes Siraj again and steered to backward square leg by Labuschagne. 2 deliveries left in the over, and Pat Cummins is on strike. The lead 216. Fifth delivery of the over from Mohammad Siraj incoming. He has figures of 2 for 40 of 13.4 overs. Cummins taking strike. In comes Mohammad Siraj. There is first slip in place for Pat Cummins, who doesn't look very relaxed. There is another slip. That is Virat Kohli. There is quite a wide gap between the slips. And this one is jagging in ferociously. And it flies through Patrick Cummins' gate. There is no run. Final delivery coming up, but first Pat Cummins has to readjust his gloves. He is on 9 of 14. Manos Labuschagne at the other end is on 53 of 107. In comes Siraj, defended back towards cover, and there is no run. Cummins survives Siraj's over. Manos Labuschagne is taking off his gloves and helmet for some reason. Don't see what's going on because we have gone to commercials again. So let's have a look if anyone is with us on social media. Reminder, if you are listening to this, please consider chiming up in the YouTube chat. You are very, very, it's very, very good if I like it talking to people that listen to the stream. It makes me feel a bit more like I'm doing this for someone and not just blathering into the digital void or maelstrom, whatever you prefer. You can use the YouTube chat, and please do so. Or you can use Blue Sky. At linuxlea.bsky.social is the feed I will be monitoring, and I will have a look at that right now, and I don't think anyone is with us there either. So anyway, Akash Deep is continuing, and Manos Labuschagne is taking a single off the first delivery of Akash Deep's 14th over. 217 the lead. Akashdeep walking back to his mark. Jasprit Bumrah giving him some advice there. Stretching his front leg a bit on the way to the sawdust mound. The umpire is cleaning up the seam of the ball a bit. And KL Rahul throws it back to Akashdeep, who is at his mark. Applying some sweat, rubbing the ball a bit, polishing it a bit on his trouser, and in he comes. 3 slips, and Cummins defends it back to KL Rahul at cover, and there is no run. .217 still the lead. Akashdeep on his way back to his mark. In he comes again to Patrick Cummins, the right-hander. Akashdeep coming in over the wicket, and a lofted shot by Patrick Cummins, and it is dropped. This time it is dropped by Nitish Kumar Reddy, running hard towards long off. Can we class that as a drop? He is looking, it would have been over his shoulder, and he is just a bit too short. Did he misjudge the length? Maybe a bit. It's not technically a drop because he didn't get fingers to it, but he might have misjudged the length of the ball there a bit, because it almost brushes his fingers. Another lofted shot, no chance of a catch this time, fielded by Nitish Kumar Reddy again, and the Australians have taken another couple. 116 for 6 now. 2 more deliveries left in the over. As we are seeing a replay, it just evades him as he is leaping forward. And yes, in replays I see the only Hindi word I can lip read, because I've seen Virat Kohli mouth it in so many slow motion replays, and that word is bench shot. Yes, it's Virat Kohli's favorite word. Yes, he was screaming it at the top of his lung here as well. Anyway, final delivery of the over coming up, and Akashdeep is in to Pat Cummins, and he plays it directly to Nitish Kumar Reddy at mid-off, and there is no run. So the lead by Australia 221. They are 116 for 6 after 44 overs, and yeah, they are not giving up. I give him that. I'll give him that. There were 3 partnerships before this one that didn't get out of single digits. Head and Labuschagne put on 5. Marsh and Labuschagne none. Alex Carey and Labuschagne put on 6. This partnership is worth 26, which is the second highest for the Australians in their second innings. The highest is Smith and Labuschagne, who put on 37. And we have spin for the second time this innings, as Jadeja was given 1 over before tea, and he bowls to Manos Labuschagne, who cuts him away, and the Australians have taken a single. So Ravindra Jadeja now has Patrick Cummins in his sights. There is a short leg and a slip in place for Ravindra Jadeja to the right-handers as he bowls left arm around the wicket. Cummins readjusting his gloves, and the umpire has his arm out, signaling to... Now it is dropped, and Jadeja comes in, left arm around the wicket. Cummins defends it back to the bowler, and there is no run. Dot ball, Australia lead by 222 for 2, as Richie Benner would say. No, the short leg is out. Instead, Yashasvi Jaiswal is put in at silly point. Cummins defends it into the ground 2 times in a row, and both times it is fielded by Yashasvi Jaiswal at silly point. 3 dot balls now. In comes Jadeja. This one is a bit leg sidey, and it evades Rishabh Pant, and it is running away to the boundary, where it is not fielded by Devdutt Padikkal, who is on for, I don't know, it is a 4 at fine leg for Cummins though. Is he actually on for Washington Sundar? He might well be. Oh, and that is a rookie mistake. He stopped the ball before it could trickle into the boundary, but his trailing arm then brushed the ball and dragged it into the rope, and that is that. End of the over. 45 overs gone. Australia 121 for 6. Oh dear. So, 10 minutes, about 10 minutes away from tea. Akashdeep continues. Labuschagne is on strike. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on social media. The latest is Rich Turner on YouTube saying, forget the draw, this is India's to lose. Yeah, probably. Labuschagne pulls Akashdeep backward of square on the leg side, and that is another boundary. And now Rohit Sharma is looking a bit annoyed. So yeah, again, if you are listening to this, please do get in touch on the YouTube chat or use the Blue Sky handle. The top of the Blue Sky handles now on your screen. I would love to hear from you. It's always fun if it is more of a conversation than a monologue, more a dialogue than a monologue. Let's put it that way. Dot ball for Labuschagne of the second delivery of Akashdeep's over, as he almost drags it on, plays it between his legs, and it just bounces over his leg stump, and Virat Kohli in the slips can't believe it. Hands on head, pirouetting to the ground. He's pirouetting and going down in the same motion, like he is looking to drill himself into the earth. Rohit Sharma also very, very, very annoyed that Manus Labuschagne didn't drag that one on. It's about this much over the stumps, this high over the stumps. I can absolutely understand that they are annoyed, especially since it brings the Australians a single. So Patrick Cummins is on strike, and he again finds KL Rahul at cover, and there is no run. So when did Jaiswal drop Labuschagne? They will probably give him an earful if he doesn't make at least as many runs as he cost them with that drop, as Cummins again finds Rahul at cover, and there is no run. Rohit Sharma running somewhere right now. He is normally, or he is standing at slip. Where is he going? Final delivery of the over coming up, as we are still seeing Rohit Sharma running somewhere. Oh, he ran to the bowler's end, and now he's running back, and he is back in the slips. Final delivery, Akashdeep coming in, right arm over the wicket, cut away by Pat Cummins, and that is 4 runs behind point. So 130 up for Australia, 130 for 6. Let's see what the Indians decide here. If they bowl another pacer, now they are going with, I think they're going with Jadeja to ensure that they get another 2 overs in before tea. It is Jadeja. There is a slip, there is point in place for Manus Labuschagne, who brings up 61. During my internet outage, he brought up his 60 of 112 deliveries. Now he is on 61 of 113. Third over for Jadeja, and Pat Cummins is on strike, and there is a slip and a silly point in place for him as he pushes one back towards Jadeja, and there is no run. Lead is 236. In comes Jadeja, left arm around the wicket, played towards silly point, taken on the bounce, and there is no run. Jadeja, right arm over the wicket, around the wicket, cut, and stopped at point by Bumrah. And I think that is what's going on here. Someone is off the field. Defended back to Jadeja. I think there was Akashdeep that was... yes, it is Akashdeep off the field, walking towards the Indian dugout in the company of a physio. End of the over, only a single run of it. Cummins unable to score off Ravi Jadeja. Australia 131 for 6, leading by 236. Akash now behind the advertising board. Who will continue? Oh, there he is. As I was talking about him earlier, wondering if Devdut Padikal was on for him. No, here he is. Washington Sundar is given the ball, so spin continues for India. Let's see what he can do. He has Manus Labuschagne on strike. Australia 131 for 6. Let's see the field. There is a slip and a short leg in place as Washington Sundar bowls right arm around the wicket and whipped into the leg side powerfully by Manus Labuschagne, and the Australians have run a couple as the fielder is throwing it in to the bowlers and who redirects the ball onto the top of the stumps, but Patrick Cummins is home safely. It was close though. So Sundar right arm around the wicket again to Manus Labuschagne, who looks to cut it. It is fielded though by Devdut Padikal in the offside, and there is no run. Sundar right arm around the wicket, defended back to the bowler by Manus Labuschagne, and there is no run. In he comes again, right arm around the wicket, whipped into the leg side, and this one should at least be a single as the ball is slaloming. Is that an English word? Through the leg side. You know, in careening, something like that. Swerving. Let's go with swerving. Swerves across the grass. Cummins is on strike as they have taken a single, and he can only play out a dot ball. Final delivery of Washington Sundar's over, defended back to the bowler by Patrick Cummins, and there is no run. That was pretty quick from Washington Sundar, and that means that the Indians will get another over in before tea. Jadeja on for his fourth. Australia are 134 for 6. The lead is 239 runs. Looking at the Australian batsman's performance, that is now getting into worrying territory for the Indians or for the Australians. Competitive target region. Something like that. First delivery is a single by Manus Labuschagne into the offside. So Jadeja will look forward to working over Australian captain Pat Cummins. I have no doubt of that. There is a slip, there is a silly point in place for Pat Cummins, who steps back. There seems to be some problem with the side screen. Now he is taking strike again. In comes Jadeja, left arm around the wicket, and this one is defended into the offside. It dribbles past Jaiswal at short leg, fielded by Jadeja. There is no run. Australia remain on 135 for 6, defended, and it dribbles through Jaiswal, between Jaiswal's legs. Let's have a look again. Yeah, that is a missed chance at silly point by Jaiswal. That is the third that he cocks up. and I'm pretty sure, depending on whether India win this match or not, he will have to pay for either a lot or an industrial amount of drinks for his teammates. That's 3 chances that have gone missing in this innings from him. In comes Jadeja again, final delivery before tea, and this one is played out to backward point, and there is no run. And the Australian batsmen are walking off as this is tea. So, Australia 135 for 6. The lead is 240 exactly, and that is tea. And I will see you again in about 20 minutes, and I will play you some more cricket sickos in the meantime, courtesy of friend of the channel and commentator here as well, Adit. Go look him up. Cricket sickos on YouTube. You should find him. Adit RS is the name of the channel. So enjoy.
that are super into what you're into. And the nature of online communities now is that I know that I'll never meet 90% of these people, but it sort of doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I sort of talk to them more than my family at times. And there's something both really weird and sicko about that. And there's something really unsicko and lovely about it. So this is kind of acceptance of geography and distance. But what I love about the cricket communities I'm part of now is you don't have to apologize for anything, and no one really cares what age, sex, race, orientation you are. We're all just into cricket, and that is the sole binding factor, and everything else is not important in a way that in a purely social group in real life, all these other dynamics are at play. So you develop these wonderful friendships, and people that we've met, that you've met, that I've met at the cricket now in real life, and there's something really beautiful about that. Because you've already got that bond. No one's going to care about the job you do. No one's going to care about, they're going to care about whether you can remember who, Edith Bakewell is, or, they'll care about, like, did you watch Glenn Maxwell's innings at the World Cup when his back went, or, were you there? Did you see Robin Smith hit a cover drive or a square cut? That's the currency, and everything else is kind of less important. And that is an awesome thing.
Yeah, but then sometimes you get lucky, as we have, where the people in our communities, like, sometimes we do tangentially brush on, like, professional things that we might have in common, or recreational things that we might have in common, and because cricket was already there as a base to start off with, I guess going from, that level 1 of I like cricket, you like cricket, let's be friends, to oh, by the way, I also like this kind of music, or by the way, I also have struggles with this kind of job. Like, that becomes so much easier. Yeah, because there's a context for knowing each other in the first place. It's that beautiful, the gateway into, like, you trace back, like, my gateway into nerddom from the Over by Over, which became, the Final Word, which became podcast, which became Going to Cricket More, which became Adam and Jeff, which became the Discord community and the rest of it, which became friendships, where, like, the beauty is you've got all these lovely other interests to discover that you have in common with people. There's a pretty good no dickheads policy. You're never going to come across many people, if any at all, who are actually unpleasant. That I couldn't name one. And so you get to discover all this cool stuff, but with the knowledge that you'll always have cricket to fall back on. Exactly. Yes.
And isn't that the kind of ultimate sicko end game, right? That's the boss level point where everything else becomes like a beautiful set of coincidences and connections. And you never have to worry that they're not going to be friends with you anymore, because there's always the cricket.
Yeah. So you mentioned that there were stretches of time where you didn't necessarily like or follow cricket. Could you talk about why that was, and then how you came back to the game?
I mean, cricket's always been there in the background, but there were definitely periods where I didn't watch it and I didn't go. Like, I think post university, working in London, there was no. I mean, I went. Don't get me wrong, I went to the Oval at chunks of time, but it
Mm.
was like work piss up for the T20.
Yep.
Probably from late '98 to I would say 2010, around
Mm.
then, I didn't really go to much cricket at all. I wasn't particularly into it. Yes, part of that is because in the 90s we were absolutely dreadful. But I think like I grew up and had different circles of friends, and I definitely was more into music at that point. I think the kind of failure of the 90s really got to a point
Mm.
where, and again, non-England fans will laugh at this, but I sort of as comforting as the kind of dismal failure was, I didn't actually want to watch or be part of it a lot at that point. There's only so many times you can go, who's the bowl? I don't even know who that bowler is who's just
Yeah.
been called up. There's like 28 people in a series. Um, so there were definitely the late 90s to early 2010s. I went to my first Ashes. I went to my first Ashes test in 1989 at the Oval. Watched Australia bat all day and Gooch get LBW to Alderman third ball before of his innings for a duck just before it. And me and my brother were like, "What the hell are we doing here?" Got the Aussie autographs. David Boone famously told us to fuck off. I think we were 14. Nice one, Booney. And so we were going to cricket, but it definitely drifted out of my life. I think because of other pursuits and just not really any access to it. I didn't really know anyone that
Mm.
was into it. My brother moved to Australia in the early 2000s, so that kind of disappeared out of my life.
Yeah.
So I had a good decade where I wasn't that close to it, but the over by over towards the end of that decade is what got me back into it. And I think since then it's been an ever present in my
Mm.
life.
So
Um,
so I guess it does correlate pretty well with how much of a community you have.
yeah, yeah, totally. And I think I was seeking certainly in the 2010s. I mean, I had a really great. I was a part-time music journalist for a while. I went to lots of
Mm.
festivals and met lots of pretty cool people. And I think when that was going on, cricket was, I'm not going to be at Glastonbury going like, "Does anyone know what the Test matches, score is?" I mean, there would be no phone reception in 2008. So that I think there's a definite crossover period. And when I met my wife in, 10 years ago, I was kind of on one was the
Yeah.
music side was falling away. I'm still a
Mm.
massive music obsessive, but I wasn't out and about and writing about it as much then. So I think that definitely when that dropped, cricket just came back into my life at the right
Mm.
time. And now I can't imagine anywhere else I would expect to be. But if I'd been in the, 2003, 2005, 2006, and someone was like, you'll be going to watch a women's regional game at Old Trafford on a Tuesday night, and there's 200 people there, and you'll be meeting someone called Sarah, like Sarah Berman, who is over for a week from Australia. I'd
Yeah.
have just been like, "What the fuck are you on about?"
Yep.
Whereas now I'm just like, "Yeah, of course, like
It's
totally,
it's your mate Sarah who's coming in who's in town from Sydney. Um,
yeah, totally." Our favorite scorer in the entire world, yeah.
exactly. So your cricket obsession has grown to the point that you've retaken up playing the game at age 48. Can you talk about how that's gone?
Yes. Well, again, it is um, very much down to the final word game because I came to watch that game. I knew it was going on the first year in London, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Well, I don't play cricket. Like,
I
I
think
haven't played for 20 years. I'm
maybe
going to embarrass myself."
maybe for context. So we've talked
Yeah.
about the final word enough on this podcast to know
Yes, of
it's a
course.
podcast. It's fantastic. It's hosted by Adam Collins and Jeff Lemon, but
Yeah.
also um, well, more than once a year now. Well,
Yeah.
certainly in the UK, there is once a year there is a game that they put together at Dulwich Hamlet, or Dulwich,
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
London,
Dulwich, yeah.
where they make up a team of their listeners or associated people associated with the podcast, and they play against. Is it always the Oval Dream Boys? It just ends up being a massive gathering of people who really like cricket, and it's a lovely night. I think the English games are always much rowdier than the Australia games, just because they finish later and it's not hot during the game, and so people aren't tired by the end. But I've played in one final word game in Melbourne, and was privileged enough to go to another one in Sydney, and they were both very lovely. And Guy has
You've been to Multi-Continental, right? You're one of the very few people that has been to Melbourne and Sydney and London.
Correct. Yeah, so very lucky with that. And I think I might just screenshot this moment, this little bit, because Guy has put on the cap that he was awarded for playing for the Final Word 11. So that's the blue cap because it was a game in England. I have a yellow cap, gold cap because I played in a game that was in Australia. And like absolutely lovely experiences.
Yeah, it's mad. It was funny because when I then knew I got to play in this game, I remember Adam asking me if I play, and I said yes. And then he said, "Do you still play?" And I lied and said yes. And I turned up at that game having not bowled a ball in anger, apart from like some random cricket competition in London when I met Stuart Broad. I bowled like one ball in a net, so I hadn't played for like 20 years. And I remember when I came to do a warm up, I bowled a ball, and my arm hadn't done that for so long that my hand went numb. And I was absolutely shitting myself because I'm like, what I can't do is turn up here and be awful. And it was actually went okay. And I there and then said, I have to be able to be this to not be the only game I play all year. And so when in Sale, I looked around for cricket clubs, and actually there's one that is Sale Cricket Club is 400 meters from my house. So I went down to Winter Nets, and I literally turned up. It's a really well-run, really quite serious club, but it's got a really social side, and it's lovely. But I was the only guy without a bag with all the kit. Everyone had bats, and I was just like, oh my God, what am I doing? But it sort of went okay, and I had a few games for the fifths that year, and I was just completely hooked because of all the kind of cricket sicko nerddom that I have. I never expected I'd ever play again. Because I'm okay. I'm not bad. I'm not good. But I never thought I'd be playing. So at 48, I played my first ever league cricket game. At 49, my club cricket game. This summer just gone, I played my first league cricket game for the fourths. Wow. Playing against, I played, well, the first time I played in the fifths, I got stumped off a 12-year-old, which is classic. I like the fact I was going to say, I'd be cracking up at that as well. Like I got stumped, and then, but I bowled all right. I've taken a bunch of wickets. I batted. I hit a couple of boundaries for the first time in an actual game this year. And I played in a couple of the final word games, and, took wickets, had a great time. And now I've like got this second, it's not a career, but this second life as a cricketer where I wasn't that great as a kid. And I played in school teams where everyone just gave you shit. And if you weren't good, you weren't in. Whereas now it's just a standard where I really enjoy it. And like, I can't believe that at 49, I've got like the club kit. And I went out and bought everything because why not? So playing for the final word kind of spawned that out of me. But now I have a whole social circle from the club, and my daughter plays all-stars cricket, and I've gone to help coach. And I've taken her to the 100, and I'm taking her to England, India, and my wife is coming next year to the test match. And I'm just like, if it never gets better than this, if they just go, never take me to a test match again, I'll be all right with that. Yeah. I'm cool with that. It's like the zenith. I feel like I've almost already reached the zenith that it could have ever possibly got to, which is just like wonderful, right? Like my daughter coming to the cricket, she's 7, Layla really likes it. And I'm like, even if this isn't as good as it ever gets, I'll have more than I could have expected.
Yeah, that's really lovely to hear, and like especially that it's about your family, and and being able to share this cricket experience with them.
My wife is not into cricket whatsoever. I could. Layla, I've managed to get in through doing All Stars through friends, but she's never been into it. And we took her to the 100 last year, and this summer, and she's like, "Yeah, it's good fun."
Nice.
We took packed lunch. There was music. She was like, "Yeah, this is quite enjoyable." And India are playing. She's like, oh, India, should we get tickets? And I'm like,
Yeah, right.
yes.
Nice.
So it's so exciting. I'm going with her and a friend from mosque and my daughter on day 2 of the India test,
Oh,
and then a
nice.
whole load of nerds on day 3.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think my wanting to play for the final word game in a final word game also came out of being at that initial game in 2022, where I think what I saw was like there were people who played regularly, but at least half of the final word team, like that was the one game that they were going to play at least that year, possibly more. But like they were treating it like that was their championship game, and
Oh yeah.
I forget if it was you guy, but like someone did a Freddie Flintoff celebration, and like, okay, I want to have a moment where I can do that. Maybe not exactly that.
No, it wasn't me. I took the skin off my elbow, almost colliding with Richard, and also not even taking the catch.
Okay,
But
right.
I'll pretend. Let's pretend for the benefit of the tape that I did the Freddie Flintoff celebration on one
Sure.
knee.
But yeah. So in the game I played, like, I didn't bat well at all. I was 3 of 13 in a 28 over match, which isn't very useful. But I did take a couple of wickets, and
Sweet.
yeah, that yeah,
It feels amazing, doesn't it?
I know it got the juices flowing, and
Because when you're into cricket, there's something weird about playing it. And cricket you can play when you're much. I used to play rugby because God knows there's no way I'd play it now. But I remember taking my first wicket, and I'm like, oh my god, I've got someone out. Like happens in the real game. It's like so
right.
cool.
Yeah,
There's like a little boy's own stuff, 9-year-old celebrating kind of thing going on there, isn't there?
yeah, absolutely. Especially when Jeff Lemon took a lovely catch of my bowling, that was really nice.
Oh, the
Um,
dream.
yeah. So this has been a really lovely chat, and I guess just kind of winding down, I do like to end the podcast on the same pair of questions, which is
Yeah.
what is it about cricket that draws you to it, and what is it about you that is drawn to cricket?
Well, what draws me to cricket, I suppose, is always the narratives. Like I talked about, I'm a visual kind of people experience type person. I would love to say I'm a stats guy, but I'm just not. I remember almost nothing about any of the game. I couldn't tell you what day it was, any of that stuff. But it's that kind of that narrative, like especially with Test cricket, which got me into it. It was that delighted despair. Sometimes the same session, sometimes the same over, and then the people, the players, whether it was seeing people like, Robin Smith or Graham Thorpe, our idols when me and Dave were growing up, even when England were losing, there was something going on. Even if the arc was like despair,
Yeah.
there was still an arc. There was something. I know it's the bullshit joke about, something you watch for 5 days and there's no result. Great. That is like the best thing about
Right.
it. Because if that's all you're thinking about, then you're missing the entire point of cricket. So it's always been a backdrop to life. And I think, what draws me into cricket, yes, test matches, but it's the color and description. It's why I used to love listening to TMS. And, I think commentary is amazing because it's drawing that picture, that painting that tableau that is as good as pictures. And, I think I love talking. And so talking about that, whether it's a 50 over narrative or a T20 or a test, it revolves around our lives, whether it's over days or summers or years. And for me, it's actually the backdrop to almost my entire life, even the period where I wasn't really talking about it. So I don't remember all the wickets. I don't remember runs or catches. I remember that Maver Duma took a bunch of mancads playing for Cameroon. I remember that Ali Brown has a bar named after him in the Oval because he hit 268 in a 50 over game. I know that there was a riot at the SCG. I know there was an Adelaide roller coaster. And that's the stuff I really love about it. The thing about cricket is it's much more than numbers. It has this stuff that draws out all these stories and these, let's be honest, it's an utterly ridiculous game.
Absolutely.
But because of that
It's the weirdest game in the
ridiculousness,
world.
that's why you love it, because it produces these weird characters and narratives and endless stories that means you will never be bored. You will never have nothing to talk about. And in the end, I can't think of any other thing that I would want to see. If you said you can only talk about one thing, it will be a toss up between that and music. I'd probably say both. But like, I would be okay if all I could talk about for the rest of my life was cricket to other people, because that is what it is all about. It's connection and it's narrative and story and color and weird stuff. that means you'll never get bored with it.
Yeah, that's a really lovely answer, Guy. And yeah, I like the reason why I like to ask everyone that question is because, you know, everyone's interactions with the game is unique. And as you say, like cricket is so infinite in whatever, like you can look at it through whichever angle and you still have a great time. And yeah, I think that's a really fantastic entry. Thank you very much for joining me today, Guy. And also,
My absolute pleasure.
As someone who also has a podcast, feel free to plug.
Oh yeah, I have a music podcast, as you might have guessed, Mother Love. I don't.
And we are back for the evening session. How costly will this drop of Manos Labuschagne by Yashasvi Jaiswal prove? Labuschagne currently not out on 65. Australia lead by 240 runs. They are 6 wickets down. Bumrah is set to start proceedings for the final session of the 4th day of what turns out to be a thrilling test match. Something I would never have imagined at the end of the 2nd day. But here we are. This is a test cricket after all. In comes Bumrah. There are 2 slips and a gully for him as Labuschagne cuts one to deep backward point, where it is fielded by, I think that's Washington Sundar, who throws it into KL Rahul, and there is no run taken? No, they did not take a run there. They might actually have run a couple based on what they were able to do earlier in the day. In comes Bumrah again, and this one is played out to long on, where it is fielded by, or mid on, where it is fielded by Siraj. Again, there is no run. This is turning out to be quite the test. India were out of this match before Bumrah's resurgence put Australia on the back foot, but this partnership is a roadblock for India. They will need to end this partnership as soon as possible, preferably for them by dismissing Labuschagne, ensuring that he will not be able to shepherd the tail. Third delivery coming up now. Second delivery was another dot ball. Yes, that was to Siraj at mid-on. In comes Bumrah again, driven by Labuschagne, but he can only find cover, and there is no run again. So the bounce is starting to become a bit uneven now, which will give the Indian batsman something to be nervous about. In comes Bumrah again, right arm over the wicket. What a beauty. He beats the outside edge of Manos Labuschagne as he looks to defend, and it is taken behind the stumps by Rishabh Pant. There is no run. Yeah, so the uneven bounce might give the Indian batsman something to be nervous about in a potential chase of, well, around, they will hope, something at worst 260. In comes Bumrah again. Labuschagne looks for a flick, but he gets the ball on the splice of the bat, and it is played back into the pitch, and there is no run again. So Labuschagne having played out a maiden for Jasprit Bumrah. Now Patrick Cummins will be on a strike for at least a few or one delivery. And I think it will be some spin from the other end, Jadeja presumably. So reminder, if you are listening to this, please do get in touch with me on the YouTube chat. It always helps if this is more a dialogue or a conversation than a monologue from my end. Makes it all more interesting, gives me a bit more to talk about. If you have any predictions, any things that you noticed as Jadeja comes in to the top of the blue sky handles on your screen now. So do write in. It is a thrilling test match. I will have to say that. Let's have a look at blue sky. I think someone is there doing the announcement post of the evening session. So 5 dot balls for Jadeja now to Patrick Cummins, and in he comes for the final delivery. Left arm around the wicket, outside the off stump, left alone by Cummins, and there is no run. So the lead still 240 for the Australians. If my mind my memory is still working correctly, yes. Seems to be so far, so no cause for concern there. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on social media. I will read out your messages between overs, but please be respectful. A bit of cussing is fine, and lewd language as well, as long as it is just all in good fun. Bumrah continuing. And he can't believe that Labuschagne missed that delivery. A beauty from Bumrah as he comes right arm over the wicket, and Marnus Labuschagne draws the bat inside the line of the ball at the last second. Let's have a look. In comes Bumrah again. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Marnus Labuschagne. And this one is defended with a straight bat, and it is fielded by Siraj at mid-on, and there is no run again. Third delivery of Bumrah's 16th over coming up. Reminder, he took his 200th test wicket today. That was Travis Head. Bumrah now with the best average. Oh, again, past the top edge. Late seam movement from Bumrah. He is smiling. Marnus Labuschagne is smiling as well, but it is more a smile of fear, as in chimpanzees with him, I think. Angstgrinsen in German. I don't know what you call it in English. I'm not that up on my primatology vocabulary in English. Yeah, so Bumrah took his 200th test wicket today. It was Travis Head, and Bumrah is now the best average among test bowlers with 200 test wickets to their name. He is below 20. He's the only one below 20. .3 something, 38, 39, something along those lines. His average now, having taken 201 test wickets, I think, or 203. No, 202. I was right first time. Final delivery coming up. Bumrah, right arm, over the wicket, and again Labuschagne is missing the ball. Bumrah is missing Labuschagne's outside edge. Very good bowling from the Indians now. They will be a bit miffed because Yashasvi Jaiswal dropped 3 chances today. One of them, crucially, was Marnus Labuschagne. He dropped him at Silly Point a while ago. And how costly will that prove in the end? Jadeja continues, and Pat Cummins gets an edge that just evades slip. Have they gone for a single? No, they have gone for a couple, I think. As Jadeja is continuing left arm around the wicket, there is turn as it pitches on middle and spins away from Cummins, getting the outside edge, but Rohit Sharma is too close to the keeper to get that. So, a couple. Next one is played out into the offside by Patrick Cummins, and he gets a single. So Marnus Labuschagne back on strike. The Indians need wickets now quickly to give them a shot at winning an improbable victory. Next one is another single, this time to Labuschagne. So Cummins is back on strike for possibly up to 3 more deliveries. Played out to point by Patrick Cummins, and there is no run. The lead 244 now. In comes Jadeja again, left arm around the wicket, and again played out to point by Cummins, and there is no run. Australia remain on 139 for 6. 1 delivery left in the 53rd over of the innings. Jadeja continues left arm around the wicket, defended back into the pitch, fielded by KL Rahul at Silly Point, and there is no run. So let's have a look if anyone is with us on social media. Again, please do use the YouTube chat. I will read out your messages between overs. But I seem to be up to date on Blue Sky. As I'm looking through that, it's not directly addressed to the stream, but Dan Liebke says Bumrah has somehow bowled 80% of the overs this innings, and I know exactly what he means because it definitely feels like it. As Bumrah continues, and this time he has Marnus Labuschagne on strike, who defends one into the offside. It is fielded by mid-off, and there is no run. Bumrah's speed 34.9 kilometers per hour, down around 2 kilometers from down around 2 clicks from where he was at the start of the day, 137. That's generally been Bumrah's speed this test. In he comes again, and he squares up Manus Labuschagne, and there is no run again as it is fielded by deep backward point. The lead remains 244. Akashdeep, who was escorted off the field during the afternoon session, is now back on the field. As Bumrah comes in again, right arm over the wicket, and this is a full toss that is deposited by Manus Labuschagne to Akash, who is fielding at deep fine leg, and the Australians have apparently run a couple. Okay, we are back live after seeing some replay. Labuschagne 68 of 134. Is he the last player or the last batsman of the Australians standing between the Indians and an improbable victory here? 246 the lead, as the fourth delivery is another dot ball, but that two they took off the third delivery brings up the 50 partnership. This is the highest partnership for the second Australian innings. In comes Bumrah again, and this one is squeezed out behind square on the offside, and there is no run. definitely a very on this game is on a razor's edge right now, balanced on a razor's edge. As we are seeing now, we are seeing the Australian fans getting a bit more lively again after they were quieted down by the Indian bowling earlier in the day. In comes Bumrah, and that one is clipped off the pads by Manus Labuschagne, and they are running a couple. So, end of the over, 144 for 6, 2 runs. 5 runs. Oh, and Jasprit Bumrah has overstepped. $144 for 6. Now, final delivery coming up. Can the Australians take a single? Can Manus Labuschagne, who is on 70 now, can Manus Labuschagne farm the strike here, or will Pat Cummins be on strike to start the new over? No, they cannot take a single, as Manus Labuschagne drives one straight to cover and there is no run. So end of the 54th over, Australia 144 for 6. And let's have a look if anyone is with us. Please do get in touch. Use the YouTube chat. It's always more fun if it is more of a conversation or a dialogue than a monologue. You can use the YouTube chat, or if you don't want to use the YouTube chat, or if you are watching this without a YouTube account, which I can't imagine because you have one if you have an Android phone. Yeah, well, okay, that excludes Apple users. Okay. So you can always use Blue Sky as well. The top of the Blue Sky handles currently on your screen is the one I will be monitoring for this stream, as Jadeja is bowling to Cummins, and he can't believe that Cummins missed that. Second one is defended by Cummins into the leg side. There is no run. 249 the lead. In comes Jadeja again, and this time it is glanced towards fine leg, and there is a boundary there for Patrick Cummins, 4 runs. I think that, no, it brings up his 28, so he moves on to 28 of 54 runs. There is a silly point and a slip in place for Jadeja bowling to Pat Cummins. So, 3 more deliveries left in Jadeja's 7th over. Defended again into the leg side. There is no run as it is fielded by a fielder running in from mid-wicket. Dot ball, 148 for 6. The lead, 253 now. Jadeja coming in, defended back to cover by Pat Cummins. No run. Final delivery of Jadeja's 7th over. In he comes. No. Ball has been declared dead, as Cummins stepped away from the stumps towards the leg side. So, hopefully, now a legal delivery. And again, defended back to cover. There is no run. End of the over. Let's have a look at social media. Nothing on. I'm all good on YouTube. Let's see if there is anything on Blue Sky. Doesn't look like it. Oh, here's an interesting one on Blue Sky from Megan Morris. She screenshots a tweet from 6 years ago, and it says, Pat Cummins, like most of us in the general population, must get home after a hard day of cricketing and think, fuck, I work with some useless Bradman. And Megan Maurice says, 6 years on, this remains as true as ever. Yes. Mohammad Siraj continues, and the first delivery that he bowls in his 15th over, there is a loud appeal for LBW against Manus Labuschagne, and it is given without hesitation on the field. So, Manus Labuschagne has been removed, presumably because he has reviewed the decision. And why not? He is the last recognized batsman in this Australian lineup. One would think that he is probably all that stands between Australia and at least very hard work for the bowlers, if not defeat. As we are now seeing a replay, he is hit on the back foot. He is hit relatively high on the back foot. And we are now seeing the ball tracking, and it is pitching outside off. The impact is in line, and the wickets is just umpire's call. So he has been given out by umpire Goff on the field. That means Manus Labuschagne has to go for 70. He is out. LBW bowled Mohammad Siraj. Oh, how delicious that it is Mohammad Siraj that dismisses Manus Labuschagne. Because Manos Labuschagne has been getting under the skin of Mohammad Siraj for all of the series so far. So that should bring Mitchell Starc out into the middle at number 9 for Australia. And can the Indians make hay here? Can they dismiss the tail cheaply? If they can, they are actually in with a shout in a match that seemed lost at the end of day 2. So, everyone listening, do get in the chat, tell me what you think, what are your predictions? Do you think the Indians actually have a chance to win a match that they were expected to lose within 3 days at the end of the second day? Reminder, at the end of the second day, the Indians were 311 behind with only 5 wickets left in their first innings. Then again, day 3 happened and the Nitish Kumar Reddy heroics, as Mohammad Siraj is continuing right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Mitchell Starc, who leaves the first one alone. It goes through to Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, and there is no run. As the Indian fans in the stands are cheering, there are a lot of Bharat Army flags. Waving everywhere. Mitch Starc taking guard again. Mohammad Siraj running in. There are 2 slips in place for him. Siraj again on a length outside the off stump though. And there is some seam movement and some bounce for Mohammad Siraj. So the ball passes the stumps above bail height, and he also gets some seam movement, taking the ball away from the left-handed Mitchell Starc, and there is no run. As we are seeing slow motion replays of the moment the third umpire comes back and gives Manos Labuschagne out, and Mohammad Siraj can't help himself. He hypes up the crowd. Fire in his eyes, screaming. Fourth delivery of the over. Beats an attempted drive by Patrick Cummins, and there is no run as it goes through to the keeper. And this has been quite the wild ride. This test has been quite a wild ride. Now, Virat Kohli is brought in to second slip. So now 3 slips. First and third were there before, and but there was a very wide gap between the 2 slips, and now Virat Kohli is plugging that gap. Fifth delivery is another dot ball from Mitchell Starc, and now coming up the last delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 15th over. Here's figures of 3 for 40. In he comes again, right arm around the wicket. Now he's in his run-up, enters the delivery stride and slashed at by Mitchell Starc, and he is off the mark as it is fielded in the covers, and the Australians take a couple. So Mitch Starc off the mark here. That's a lofted shot. No, it curves in the air. And it comes down at around deep point. there was a lot of spin on that shot. So it really curved through the air, like in a football match when they get a lot of curve on the ball and the goalie is totally deceived. Dan is posting a gif of a roller coaster and saying, "This test, yes, absolutely wild ride." So let's see if anyone is with us. Doesn't look like there is anyone on YouTube. Jadeja continues and Captain Pat Cummins takes a single of the first delivery. So now Mitchell Starc will have to face Ravindra Jadeja. Can Jadeja outfox Mitch Starc here? There is a slip and a short leg in place for Mitch Starc, and Ravindra Jadeja bowls left arm around the wicket to the left-handed Starc, who plays that one out to mid-off, and there is no run. Jaiswal making no mistakes for a change. He has dropped 3 today. So I guess depending on where the target for India ends, or depending on if there is a shout for LBW. It is not given out on the field, and Joel Wilson is having a hearty laugh at the non-striker's end. Why was it not given? Probably turned too much. It was pitching on an off-stump line, but it spun viciously. Probably would have missed a leg stump. Cummins plays one out. Into the Starc plays one out into the offside, and there is a single. So the Australian lead is now 257. It's amazing looking at the scorecard. Australia made 474 in their first innings. India limped to 369, largely thanks to a record 8th wicket partnership between Washington Sundar and Nitish Kumar Reddy. It is the highest 8th wicket partnership for India in Australia. The previous highest was in 1967 and 68 on the tour. At the MCG. Highest 8th wicket partnership for India at the MCG. The previous record holder dates back to a time when Tiger Pataudi still played for India. And if I remember correctly, that was the famous one eye, one leg innings. And if you don't know what that means, you can have a look at or Google one eye, one leg reverse swept radio. Oh, and I remember that I promised yesterday that I would look up the link to that podcast, and I didn't. And I will make that right and look for it today. As Mitchell Starc drives one forcefully, but it is stopped by Nitish Kumar Reddy at mid-off, and the Australians are limited to a single. Mohammad Siraj applauding the fielder there as he is continuing for his 16th over. Now he has Cummins in his sights. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. There is a slip. there is arguably a gully. Well, if I say slip, it is probably a second slip and a gully. Cummins drives one relatively straight down the ground, a bit onside, and it is fielded at mid-on, and there is no run. So the lead remains 258. In comes Mohammad Siraj again, right arm over the wicket, driven out to Jaiswal at cover, and there is no run. Cummins remains on 29 of 62 more deliveries left in Mohammad Siraj's over. Mohammad Siraj walking back to his mark. He is thrown the ball. He applies some sweat. He polishes it. Bumrah alongside him. He is at mid-off. Sharp bouncer from Mohammad Siraj, but Pat Cummins has no problems ducking under that. And there is no run. Final delivery coming up now. Final delivery of the over, that is, obviously. Come on. That's a bit of time wasting, basically. I understand that he is a fast bowler. It is the final session of the day. As he now starts his run up again, in he comes, right arm over the wicket and driven by Patrick Cummins, and he evades Jaiswal at cover. There is a fielder coming around from a deep point, and the Australians take a single, so Patrick Cummins brings up a 30. After 58 overs, the Australians are 155 for 7, as we are seeing replays of the Australian wickets. There were good wickets in the second innings, but my favorite Australian wicket of the test will remain Steve Smith in the first innings when he dragged on in the weirdest way possible. He was basically 2 meters out of his crease. He got an inside edge that he played onto his back foot, and from there it dribbled into the stumps 3 meters away, and Steve Smith could not believe that he had dragged on in the most spectacular fashion I have ever witnessed. Now Bumrah continues to start right arm around the wicket, and there is a single at backward square leg, and the Australians were originally going for a couple, and there is a run out. Mitch Starc has been run out by a combination of Rohit Sharma and Rishabh Pant for 5. Let's have a look at that. Indeed, he has been run out. Indeed, he has been run out. Third umpire confirms it. Starc was out of his ground when there was a direct hit, so he has to go for 5 of 13. And oh dear, the Australians lose Mitchell Starc as they try to complete a second run. Let's see. Why? Why is the broadcaster choosing to play advertisements over a wicket replay? That's insane. That's insane. The replay starts and then it goes to commercials. You fucking muppets. Alright. This is insane to me. So, if anyone listening, please excuse my language, but that is infuriating. And this is not the first time this has happened. The quality of the direction and all the advertisement crammed into this broadcast is infuriating. I can understand that they play a commercial between overs, but not over a wicket replay. Not over a wicket replay. Damn it. Cummins is on strike. Lyon is the new batsman in. He is on at the non-strikers though, because the run out. Anyway. Now we are seeing the replay, and it is indeed Rishabh Pant who has pulled off his right glove, MS Dhoni style, so he could throw with his right hand, throws from the striker's end, throws Pat Cummins, Mitchell Starc out at the non-striker's end. Great work. Bumrah, another dot ball to Cummins. Third delivery is driven by Cummins to mid-off, and there is no run. 261 the lead for Australia now. Yes, and now we are seeing the replay. Mitch Starc was thinking about a second run. Pat Cummins was having none of it, sent him back, and he was already halfway down the pitch when Rishabh Pant got his ungloved hand on the wicket at the non-striker's end. And that was the end of Mitchell Starc. Should probably also have been warned about running in the danger zone there. Anyway, in comes Bumrah, again driven at by Patrick Cummins, but I think he misses it and it goes through to the keeper and there is no run. And it's also been given a no ball. And that is a very marginal no ball from Jasprit Bumrah. I have seen worse from him. And he playfully pushes away Joel Wilson's outstretched arm as he comes back. But Patrick Cummins can't do anything with the extra delivery. There is another dot ball as he defends it. Final delivery of the over coming up now. Presumably final delivery of the over coming up now. Bumrah. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. And this one, he nails the Yorker. He absolutely nails the Yorker. Cummins doing very, very well to keep that out towards point. And there is no run. So the lead, 262. But the problem for Australia now is that Nathan Lyon is on strike now. And he will probably have to face Mohammad Siraj for at least one delivery. And knowing Nathan Lyon and Scott Boland, it could be all over within 2 deliveries here. Let's see if Siraj can make something happen here. Reminder, if you are listening, feel free to use the YouTube chat. But not to be. Nathan Lyon is off the mark. First delivery he faces. A single behind square on the leg side. And the lead is 263. So Patrick Cummins is now facing Mohamed Siraj. 158 for 8. And yeah, India's match to lose now. Next one is right arm over the wicket and a punched drive to mid off, and there is no run. 263 Australia's lead. 59.2 overs. It's taken, the innings has taken longer than the run rate has been down. I was going to say the innings has taken longer than it has felt, but that is not necessarily true. The Indian innings, the Indian first innings was around 120, and they made, well, yeah, they made 300, almost 370. Yeah, so yeah, the scoring rate is relatively low from the Australians here. So the innings has taken longer than the score suggests. In comes Mohamed Siraj, fourth delivery, and that one has Cummins beaten up. He is very lucky not to drag on here, as he gets an inside edge onto his leg, and it dribbles past the stumps from there. The Indian fans are cheering and hollering. Much more subdued vibes from the Australian supporters in the ground at the moment. And the current attendance for the day is 40,000, which is 10,000 more than at the start of the day. Which is kind of weird. I mean, it's a Sunday in Australia, isn't it? I mean, it's a Sunday here. So yeah, I presume it is also a Sunday in Australia. Why would you pay for a day's play and then at least 5,000 people have come in since the middle of the afternoon session, I think. I think there were officially around 35,000 in at the drinks break during the afternoon session. Lyon is on strike because there was three run by the Australians of the fifth delivery, and that brings up drinks, and I will be back with you very shortly. Thank you everyone for listening. So, back after drinks. Sorry for taking a bit longer. The coffee was calling. Bumrah continues. He has Pat Cummins in his sights. There are, I think, 3 dot balls to start his over, and Bumrah is back up to 138 kilometers. 2 slips in for the 4th delivery. In he comes, and this one is wider outside the off stump, and it is left alone by Patrick Cummins. So yeah, I was talking about earlier that Bumrah was down to around 134, 35 kilometers per hour. He is back up to 137, 38 now. 2 more deliveries left. The Australians lead by 266 runs, and Bumrah comes in again. This one down the leg side, and there is no run as Cummins shadow bets and practices the leg glance that he missed in the actual delivery. Final delivery of Bumrah's 19th over comes up now. Cummins on 34 of 77. Nathan Lyon is at the other end, 1 of 2. In comes Bumrah again. The Indians will probably be satisfied with a dot ball, which would mean that Nathan Lyon will have to face at least 1 delivery, and dot ball is what they get as Cummins drives 1 to cover and there is no run. So the lead remains 266, and Nathan Lyon will be on strike for at least 1 delivery. A reminder that you can get in touch with the stream through either the YouTube chat or the Blue Sky handle. The top of the Blue Sky handles on your screen now, and we are seeing the most serious wickets in Australia, most wickets in a series in Australia for India. Bishan Singh Bedi is the record holder there, as Lyon plays a lucky outside edge through the slips cordon for 4 runs. 270 now the lead, as Lyon is having a friendly exchange, and that is not a joke. He is smiling. He is talking to KL Rahul, who is at silly mid on to Lyon. Bishan Singh Bedi is the holder of the record for most wickets in a series for India in Australia, 31, but Bumrah is now at number 2 as Lyon drives 1 out to cover where it is fielded and there is no run. Bumrah is on 29 now. There is 1 more test to play, so he might actually claim this record. 3rd delivery of Siraj's over coming up now. He has Lyon still on strike. There is backward point. There are 2 slips. There is silly mid on, and clipped off his legs by Lyon, fielded by Nitish at, well, mid on, square mid on, somewhere, something like that. He's not directly behind Rahul. Obviously, he is staggered a bit towards the leg side. In comes Mohammad Siraj again, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Nathan Lyon, and banged in and squirted off the outside edge towards point. And Siraj is walking back to his mark, hands above his eyes. Can't believe it that Lyon got the bat in the way of that one. Rohit Sharma clapping encouragingly from first slip. What a heist it would be if the Indians could escape without losing this match. That would be a heist, considering the state of play at the end of the second day. Anyway, an appeal for LBW against Lyon, but no one is really interested, and the replays show that there might have been an inside edge involved in that one. Final delivery of the over coming up. And here we go. Siraj, right arm over the wicket, clipped into the leg side, but fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So, the Australian lead is still 270, if I'm not mistaken. I am not. It is indeed 270. They are effectively 270 for 8. 4 runs of this over. Mohammad Siraj is 18th, the 62nd of the innings. And apparently, this is now the most runs that Pat Cummins has scored in a test match. 34 in this innings, and what was in the first? Yes, of course. Famously, 49. That is the most he has contributed with the bat in a test. Bumrah continues. First one is defended out into the offside by Pat Cummins, and there is no run. The lead still 270. 70. Let me have a quick calculation. The scoring rate for this Australian second innings has been 2.6. So 2.5 and over would mean that 180 yeah, that would be the Indians will need to score at quite a clip compared to the Australians on the final day if they were to win this. 3 dot balls to begin Bumrah's 20th over. Cummins still not removed by Bumrah. He doesn't get a run though. In comes Jasprit Bumrah again. Nathan Lyon is at the non-striker. Get it together, Leah. Squares him up, but he runs it out towards point, and there is KL Rahul, I think. No, it's Jadeja coming around, fielding it, and there is no run. As we are seeing a replay of the Stark run out, Cummins tried to tell Stark that there was no second run in that one, but at that point Stark was halfway down the pitch and was easily run out by a direct hit from Rishabh Pant from behind the stumps. Yorker from Bumrah dug out into the leg side by Patrick Cummins, and there is no run. final delivery of the over coming up, and I think the Indians will be fine with anything that gives them a shot at Nathan Lyon at the start of the next over. In comes Bumrah again, 2 slips, there is a mid-wicket, there is mid-on, in he comes, right arm over the wicket, and great shot from Pat Cummins as he steps away to the leg side, leans a bit as well, and square drives one for 4 runs. So 274 the lead for Australia as they move on to 169 for 8. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on social media. Primarily, of course, the YouTube chat. But looks like we are up to date there. Let's have a look at Blue Sky. Reminder, you can always use the YouTube chat or you can use the top of the Blue Sky handles on your screen now. So Bumrah is sprinting off the field and Mohammad Siraj is into the attack. He is facing Nathan Lyon, who is on 5 of 8. And in he comes, and this looks like leg byes to me as it glances off the top of Lyon's leg, Lyon's upper leg. Yes, it does indeed. So they run through for a quick leg bye as we are seeing Scott Boland padded up in the Australian dressing room. He is currently joking around with Sam Constance and Manus Labuschagne. Constance carrying, I guess that's an Aussie. It's either an Aussie rules football or a rugby ball. I don't know the difference there. Is that another drop? Let me have a look what Crick Info says about that one. No, it is bobbling back into the slips after hitting the ground first. So dot ball. Next one. Guides one wide of the slips and it is fielded in the deep by, I think that's Nitish Kumar. No, it's Akashdeep, I think. He is standing in the shadows of the grandstands. The shadows have been getting longer, obviously, because we are about 50 minutes away from the scheduled close of play. The Australians can run a couple there. So 277 now the lead. Australia 172 for 8. Siraj coming in again for the 4th delivery of his over, and he squares up Pat Cummins, who gets an outside edge that falls short of the slip cordon. Virat Kohli at second slip there, I think, fields it. 2 more deliveries left in the over. Come on, Mohammad. Take 2 in 2. I need the innings break. The coffee is screaming at me again. In comes Siraj, and this one is a stiff bouncer, but Cummins ducks under it, and there is no run. .277 the lead. Final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 19th over is coming up now, and no one no one would have believed that this match is going into a fifth day at the end of the second one. In comes Siraj, final delivery of his 19th over, and lofted high into the air, but it is fielded by Ravi Jadeja at cow corner. And the Australians have taken a mere single here. So let's see if anyone is with us. Let's see, Blue Sky doesn't look like it. And YouTube, come on everyone, if you are listening, use the chat. Also, of course, if you are watching this, please consider liking and subscribing. Really helps a small channel like mine. Yeah, and you might want to subscribe because after this series is done, I will do a review show, and I have Abhishek Mukherjee for that one. He will join us for a review show of the series. And if time permits, we will also have Anindo Dutta with us. And Jadeja continues, and the first delivery that Patrick Cummins faces in Jadeja's 9th over is the last for him in this test, because he meekly loops one to the slips where it is taken, thankfully taken by Rohit Sharma, the only slip in place. It's a loopy edge, and the Australians are 9 down, and only Scott Boland stands between me and my toilet. Between me and my toilet break. That's how I meant that. Yeah. So let's have a look. Patrick Cummins has to go for whoop-de-doo. 41. He's out. Caught Sharma, bowled Jadeja. 41 of 90 deliveries. Let's see. There's someone following me on Blue Sky following me, but that is unrelated to cricket, so I'm not interested in that at the moment. So yeah, thanks for following, but no, only cricket related Blue Sky at the moment. So that was a really good low catch from Rohit Sharma in the slips, and that means he is not totally useless in this test. In at number 11 is Scott Boland. The Australian lead is 278. Bumrah sitting in the Indian dugout. He is off the field for now. I guess Devdutt Padikkal will be on the field for him, and there is a slip and a silly point in place for Scott Boland, who defends one back into the pitch, fielded by silly point. I think that is either it's either Jaiswal or Rahul, but that looks more like Rahul from where the camera sits. It is indeed KL Rahul. I can now confirm it. Played out between the slip and silly point, fielded by a gully. Boland now asking for time, drying his hand, putting the glove back on. Australia lead by 278 runs. In comes Jadeja. This one is more on leg stump and it is clipped by Boland out into the leg side. It is fielded by Yashasvi Jaiswal and there is no run. And there has been a no ball bowled by Ravindra Jadeja. And it is very close to not being a no ball. Anyway, in he comes again. Boland plucks down his bat in defense, but is beaten on the outside edge by Jadeja. There is no run. In comes Jadeja again, who bowls as per usual, left arm around the wicket, defended back towards Silly Point, and there is no run. So let's have a look if anyone is with us. Come on, people. If you are watching on YouTube, use the chat. Use the chat. It really helps a small channel like mine. Any interaction is good because it tells the algorithm that there are people out there interested in what I do. Yeah. So, Mohammad Siraj to continue for his 20th over. Lion is the batsman on strike. 279 runs the lead for the Australians. Mohammad Siraj, right arm over the wicket, and Lion plays that back to him, and that is a missed, caught and bowled chance. He has no one else to blame but himself for that one. Spills the caught and bowled Mohammad Siraj. It is a hard one as he has to get his hands up relatively quickly and he's very close to Nathan Lyon because he has a rapid follow through. Doesn't matter, it's a dot ball. Next one is defended and fielded by Silly mid-on, where it is, I think, KL Rahul. I didn't even see him being there because Scott Boland blocks him from the angle where the camera was, or Boland was standing. Yeah, Boland kind of blocks Rahul at Silly mid-on there. Angling outside the off stump is Nathan Lyon against Mohammad Siraj, but he misses that one and there is no run. That is a Lyon showing intent. He really went for the cover drive there, but he misses it. As we are now seeing again this comparison between Siraj and Bumrah. In comes Siraj again, right arm over the wicket. Appeal for LBW. It is not given, I think, and the Australians in the meantime have run 2. Now there is discussion with Captain Rohit Sharma. Why not review that? You still have 3. It is a review. Okay. Rohit, you have 3 reviews left. There is only 1 more wicket to take. You can burn one of the reviews on a very speculative shout. It's okay. So, let's see if there was any bet involved, or if these are two leg buys, or if it is indeed the final wicket the Indians were looking for. And from the front on, it looks like there is no bet involved. Indeed, there is no bet involved, but I am pretty certain that it goes down leg side. And indeed it does. India lose the review as it is pitching outside off, hitting in line, but missing the wickets down the leg side. So 2 leg buys. Yeah, but it's fine. You still have 2 reviews left. As Mohammad Siraj comes in, right arm over the wicket, driven by Lyon towards cover, extra cover, I would say. It is fielded inside the rope by a fielder who just pushes it back into the field, then goes nose diving over the rope, and it is thrown back in by a second fielder. Yeah, Jaiswal stopped it, made a what's called a Flachkörper in Germany, and Bumrah was backing up Jaiswal, picks it up, throws it back in, and the Australians run 3. And that means there is one more delivery left in the over. The Australians are 179 for 9, 284 runs the lead. And yeah, does that tip the scales in the favor of the Australians again? Well, Boland survives another delivery from Mohammad Siraj to bring an end to the over. 179 for 9, 5 runs off the over, and let's see if anyone is with us. Come on, everyone! If you're listening, talk to me. It's always much more interesting, I think, if you are using the chat, if you are writing into the stream. So it's more of a conversation and less of a monologue. I really like that. We had Rich Turner with us earlier this morning, but I guess he's gone to bed now, as Nathan Lyon is facing Ravindra Jadeja, who is bowling left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Lyon. There is only a slip in place, no more close fielders. Let's see. Driven by Lyon towards cover, and the Australians have run a couple. Lead by 286 now. Jadeja looking a bit frustrated right now. We are about half an hour away from the scheduled close of play. Lyon attempting a leg glance, missing it, and it is given as a leg bye. So Scott Boland will have to face 3 deliveries from Ravindra Jadeja. He's on 0 of 7. The lead of Australia has extended to 287. So 288 the potential target for a fourth innings chase by India. Boland readjusting his gloves, wasting a bit of time. That's fine. At this stage, I think time wasting is in India's favor, as there is now a slip and a silly point in place for Scott Boland. Defended back into the pitch. And there is no run. Next one is a lucky glance into the leg side. The Australians run a single. The fielder throws it in towards the non-striker's end. Hits the wickets, but hits them after Boland is safe, is home safe, and he immediately turns around and the Australians run another one. So 2 runs for Scott Boland. In comes Jadeja for the final delivery, defended back into the pitch, fielded by KL Rahul at silly point, and that is the over. 289, 5 runs of the 67th over, and 184 for 9, the Australians. The partnership is 11, but the important thing is that the lead is 289. Bumrah returns for his 21st over. He will bowl to Nathan Lyon and he will look to finish off Australia's tail here. There are 3 slips in place for Jasprit Bumrah bowling to Nathan Lyon. Let's see what else is on the field. There is mid-off, and I can't see anything else. Defended back towards cover by Lyon. There is no run. Second delivery of Jasprit Bumrah's 21st over coming up. He is sitting pretty on 202 test wickets at an average below 20. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket, and Lyon plays around that. It hits his pad, but there is no LBW appeal because that would probably have gone down the leg side, and the Australians have run a single. So, Bumrah against Boland now. This could get interesting as the Australian leads now is 290 flat. Come on, as we are seeing close-ups of Washington Sundar, who bowled, I think, 1 over in this innings so far. In comes Bumrah. There are 3 slips. There is a point, and there is an LBW appeal, but no one is really keen on that, as it's a similar situation to the leg by the delivery before. Boland played all around it. It hit him on the toe, but it would have gone down leg as well, probably. Oh no! He in fact gets back on that, as the replay shows. In comes Bumrah again, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Scott Boland, and this one comes off his thigh and is fielded in the leg side by keeper Rishabh Pant, and the Australians run another leg by, if I am correct. Yes, there is. They are given as a leg by. So 2 more deliveries, Nathan Lyon to face at least one of them. He is taking strike now. He is taking guard now. Sorry. 3 slips. In comes Jasprit Bumrah. Right arm over the wicket. And The Australians are running a single on a misfield at mid-on by Nitish Kumar Reddy. So, Scott Boland to face at least one more Bumrah delivery. In comes Bumrah for the final delivery of his 21st over. 3 slips, and there is an LBW appeal as Scott Boland, I think, plays all around that. And Captain Rohit Sharma has reviewed on the insistence of his vice captain, who is also his bowler. Let's have a look at the replay. I think Scott Boland misses the flick. He does indeed miss the flick, but it hits him on middle and leg, relatively low, but I think the problem will be the line, and I think this one is going down leg as well. So is that the second? Yeah, it's definitely it's definitely going down leg. It's the second review the Indians have lost because of the line of the ball. So Australia left with 3 reviews, India with 1. Australia 187 for 9, 68 overs gone. And Ravindra Jadeja is back. There is only a slip close in for Lion. Of course, they want to tempt him into taking the single. But Jadeja begins his over with 2 dot balls. Lion defends again into the offside. This time there is no run, 3 dot balls. In comes Jadeja, left arm around the wicket, bowls to Lion, who guides one past slip, and there is a fielder coming around fielding it at third man and throws it in. The Australians have taken a single. Missed chance maybe by Captain Rohit Sharma at slip. Let's see that again. Probably a missed chance by Rohit. Oh no, it is about 20 centimeters out of reach, even though he stretches with very good reflexes. And no, that is not a missed chance. So Boland is on strike. He defends one to mid on, and there is no run. Silly point in place for Boland, but he leaves one outside the off stump, and there is no run. The lead, 293, Australia 188 for 9. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. No one in the live chat, I think. Let's have a look. I know that there have been quite some clicks on the video. So don't be shy. Use the YouTube chat. Really helps the channel out. Bumrah is back, and again Lion I think is missing the flick, and this is another leg by. 294 the lead, and it is indeed leg by's highest winning run chases at the MCG in tests since 1974 and 75. 231 is the highest winning run chase at the MCG in the 2013-14 Ashes, or as they are now known in Aussie land, Johnson's Ashes. In comes Bumrah. He is now setting his sights on Scott Boland, and there is an LBW appeal again, and this time Rohit reckons it is because it is too high. Let's see that again. It hits him above the knee roll, but it hits him on the back leg, and the back leg is bent a bit, but Rohit is probably right. Let's hope they don't show ball tracking later during the over, and it showing that it would have hit the wicket. Bumrah in again, right arm over the wicket, and he has squared Boland up, and he gets an outside edge that is fielded by backward point, but you can see that Boland has no idea what's going on here, and we are now seeing the ball tracking from the LBW appeal last delivery, and it indeed would have missed the stumps on height. So good shout by Rohit that. In comes Bumrah again, and this one is driven out to cover by Scott Boland, and there is no run, fielded by Yashasvi Jaiswal. 2 more deliveries left in the over. Bumrah coming in, right arm over the wicket to Boland. Defended to cover, and there is again no run. 1 more delivery left. Boland is 2 of 19. This is well, isn't it typical of most test teams when they induce a top or middle order collapse, they always struggle with dismissing the tail. End of the over, there is again another dot ball. 70 overs have been bowled. Australia lead by 294 runs. Oh, give me just a second. I need to stand up. My arthritis or my back is playing up a bit. This is a relatively comfortable, if hard chair. I will be I'll be back with you in just a second. Oh, well, let's have a look. No, it's okay. Siraj to Lyon, and Lyon finds a single in the leg side, so Siraj will now bowl up to 5 deliveries to Scott Boland. Interesting choice there, Nathan. And as the TV pictures show the flags at the top of the MCG, while there was no wind, I was thinking, why is there a German flag? Black, red, and gold, but those are, of course, also the colors of the indigenous nations of Australia. Yeah. The pattern is certainly different, but you can mistake that for on a limb flag. Anyway, driven at by Boland, but fielded at extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, no, I need to take a short break. I will be with you momentarily. And we're back. Thank you for your understanding. That was, I just had to get up for just a second. And now it is drinks. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, I will be back in a few minutes. And the drinks break is over again. And Jasper Puma is continuing to Scott Boland. Well, looks like the pitch is relatively spicy. A lot of sea movement today. The bounce is getting more uneven, I would say. So maybe it is maybe an Australian declaration is still on the cards. If the batting has looked like it has eased up a bit over the last few overs, it is probably because the ball is older and the batsmen have a lot of distance in the legs. It is, after all, 10 minutes to the scheduled close of play, which is kind of irrelevant because there are 17.3 more overs scheduled as Bumrah is working over Scott Boland. 2 dot balls to begin the over. While Boland is making a duck face for some reason. Right in the kisser. Yeah. Third delivery of the over coming up. There is a short leg in place. That is KL Rahul. I think Captain Rohit Sharma doesn't trust Yashasvi Jaiswal with any reflex catches for the rest of the match. But to be fair, sometimes fielders have these kinds of days, and maybe this is Jaiswal's day off. Short one from Bumrah that is almost gloved behind by Scott Boland, but there is no appeal for caught behind. And next one is a Yorker by Bumrah on just outside the off stump and dug out by Boland. There is no run though. This is, well, I mean, it's kind of typical for the situation. Not necessarily in the match, but in a day's play. There is a tailender out there, but the fast bowlers have bowled a lot of overs. The ball is very, very old, so it can get really, really frustrating for the bowling attack as there is a fifth dot ball in it. Final delivery of Jasprit Bumrah's 23rd over, coming up the lead for Australia, 296 runs. So, I mean, it might actually, a declaration might actually be on the card. Maybe the Australian fast bowlers would like a crack at the Indian top order for about 20 minutes before the end of the extra half over, which will definitely be taken as Bumrah ends the over with another dot ball. Always a really bad situation for the opening batsman to come in for half an hour of field examination by rested fast bowlers of the caliber of Mitchell Starc, after toiling away in the field for almost the full day. Mohammad Siraj to continue. He has Nathan Lyon on strike. There are two slips. There is cover. There is third man or deep backward point. And the first one is left through by Nathan Lyon as it was a bouncer, and it is signaled as such. This is your bouncer for the over. There is a deep mid wicket. There is a deep fine leg. Lyon turning around, walking around a bit, stretching his legs, doing the squats. And what's going on? There is a short leg in place. That is KL Rahul, and he is stuffing his. He tends. I noticed that most of close fielders that are wearing a helmet have their caps stuffed into their trousers in the back, but KL Rahul seems to prefer to stuff them down in front of his box for some extra protection. There is a single in the onside in it for Nathan Lyon of the second delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 22nd over. So Boland is on strike and he uppercuts him to the boundary for 4 runs. The Australian lead crosses 300, and now it is again the Australian fans' time to be jubilant. Boland 7 of 31 now. And let's have a look. I think that means his average increases. Doesn't it? No, I think it does not. Oh yes, it does. His betting average is 5.87 before this test, and it is currently 7.5. And my stream has died again. Let's have a look. Okay, it's okay again. Okay. So, a dot ball after the boundary. The lead remains 301. 2 more deliveries left in the over. Mohammad Siraj is bowling a right arm around the wicket to the right-handed Scott Boland. Short, angled across, and there is no run. Siraj walking back to his mark, and you can see the exhaustion in his face, on his face. He also seems a little frustrated here. Final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's over. In he comes, right arm around the wicket, and Scott Boland pulls out. There is a flock of birds trying to land on the field, no doubt to rest for the night. They're flying very, very close to the ground there. In comes Mohammad Siraj, right arm around the wicket, and Scott Boland ducks under that one, and there is no run. 301 still the lead. Let's have a look at social media. If anyone is with us on YouTube, come on everyone, if you're listening, chime in the chat. Where are you from? Who are you? What's your prediction? Will India, well, at this point, probably be able, probably the question is, will they be able to bat out the 5th day? That's probably what it's about now. They are unlikely to chase the 301 runs required here. Based on the fact that the scoring rate has gone down over the days as Jadeja continues and Lyon squeezes an outside edge past the slips, and there is, I think, a single in that. Yes, indeed, there is a single in it. And the lead is now 302. Boland on strike, 7 of 34. In comes Jadeja. It's defended back to him. There is a slip and a silly point in place for Boland. There is no run. Oh, come on now. This partnership has lasted for almost 10 overs now, 9.2 now, 9.1 overs now. Second slip in, Boland tries a lifted cover drive, or a chipped cover drive. Falls short of the fielder though, and there is no run. Defended back to silly point, and again there is no run. In comes Jadeja. No, Boland pulls out, and in comes Jadeja now. Left arm around the wicket, defended into the ground again, fielded by silly point, and there is no run. We are now at the scheduled close of play as Boland plays out another dot ball. 302 the lead. We are seeing highlights of, I think that's highlights of Scott Boland's innings. What is going on there? Are they missing the final delivery? Yeah, they didn't show the final delivery. Yeah, thanks for that. 197 for 9 Australia, leading by 302 runs. So that means The last delivery of Jadeja's over was a dot ball, and Washington Sundar is in at the other end. He has bowled only one over this far in the innings. Probably probably a win for Australia that now there are two spinners bowling to their numbers 10 and 11. As Lyon finds a single to mid-on first delivery. So Sundar is bowling to Scott Boland. .303 the lead. 304, therefore the potential fourth innings target for India. There's a slip, that's a leg slip. There is a silly mid-on or silly mid-wicket, and also short leg. Boland plays one out for no run again. And Boland defends as Washington Sundar continues right arm over the wicket into the leg side. There are three fielders crowded around the bat on the leg side, or in the infield, let's put it that way. And there is a misfield from KL Rahul at short leg, and that means the Australians run through for another single. 300 for the lead. Boland 8 of 42. Lyon 16 of 31. So a solid innings from the number 11 here, facing 42 deliveries. That's more than Nathan Lyon. Sure, Lyon has more runs to his name, but that's not bad from Boland to just block it. Attempt at a sweep shot from Nathan Lyon, misses it. There is an appeal for LBW. Joel Wilson on the field does not think so. DRS timer is ticking down. Are they risking it? Are they going to risk it? I don't think so. So let's have a look if anyone is with us on social media. Remember, everyone, use the live chat. It's really more interesting if you write in and we have something to talk about. I guess it's also easier for me, so it's a pretty selfish request, really, because it's been a long day. It started at midnight for me. It is currently 7:30. So so let's see, almost 300,000 visitors to this match at the ground. Almost 90,000 for the first 2 days. Day 3 still drew 83,000. Day 4, 43,000. So sharp fall as Jadeja continues. There are 2 slips and a silly point in place for Boland, who defends one back to Jadeja, and there is no run. Again, defended. Why is everyone standing there with their hands in the air? There is a discussion between Rishabh Pant and Rohit Sharma. The DRS timer is ticking down. Looks like Sharma is telling Pant no, and Pant is very, very annoyed with his captain telling him. And it looks like Pant was appealing for caught behind, which it wasn't, because Scott Boland clearly missed the ball. Third delivery is another dot ball. In comes Jadeja, defended again, and there is no run. 304 the lead now. This is just frustrating the Indian team. Scott Boland is out there to annoy people. And is that it? No, doesn't look like it. What? I would like to see a replay. That looked like he had chipped it up into the air and it had been taken at the slips. No, okay, everyone back to their marks. I'm starting to see things as well. So silly point is out and short leg is back in. End of the over. A maiden. Jadeja has bowled 13 overs with figures of 1 for 27. He is given a new left glove. Lyon is on strike. Washington Sundar is set to continue. Australia lead by 304 runs. Let's see, is there another twist in this match? Is there another twist in this match? Discussion between Rohit Sharma and Rishabh Pant behind the stumps. Sharma going back to his position at slip. There is a short leg. There is a silly mid-on. Sundar coming in, right arm over the wicket. Defended back into the pitch by Nathan Lyon, and there is no run. Second delivery is another dot ball as Washington Sundar is standing at the top of his mark, waiting for something. KL Rahul and Nathan Lyon having a bit of a chat out there as someone is running in from the boundary. Oh, there are more helmets for the Indian fielders. I think Jaiswal will be in close again. The Australian lead is 304 runs, yes, and it is KL Rahul who has been moved to silly point, and Jaiswal is given a helmet to field at short leg now. In comes Sundar, defended and fielded at point by Nitish Kumar Reddy. There is no run. 3 dot balls for Washington Sundar to begin his third over. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket, defended back into the pitch, fielded by KL Rahul at silly point, and there is no run. KL Rahul throws the ball to Yashasvi Jaiswal at short leg, who presumably polishes it and throws it back to Washington Sundar. Sundar now changing to around the wicket. Sweep shot by Nathan Lyon, fielded in the deep by Jasprit Bumrah, and there is a single in that one. So Boland on strike, 1 delivery to face. And that brings up Australia's 200. I really missed that because I'm just looking at the lead. 305 runs the lead, but the team total in the second innings now has reached 200. Australia are 200 for 9. Sundar continues, right arm around the wicket, defended back into the leg side by Scott Boland, and there is no run. End of the 77th over. As I said, Australia 200 for 9. 1 run of the 77th over. Yeah, and it looks like the Australians are unsure if they have enough, if the target is something they feel comfortable to defend, because we are 10 minutes over or after the scheduled close of play. If they declare now, there will be a changeover of around an innings break of around 10 minutes, meaning the Indian batsmen openers would have to come out and face 2 or 3 overs from the Australian quicks. I don't know if these late runs from the tail are really worth it. Ooh, the radiators have kicked in. Good. Getting warmer. Jadeja continues and Lyon finds the boundary again as he sweeps Jadeja to the leg side. He tries it again, but this time there is Virat Kohli running after it. He didn't hit it as hard as he did the first delivery, and that means the Australian batsmen are restricted to a single. We are now seeing some highlights that are not labeled as such. Anyway, Boland defends one behind square in the offside. There is no run. Or pushes one behind square into the offside. There are now 2 silly points in place for Scott Boland. Rahul and Jaiswal. There are 2 slips. Kohli at second and Rohit at first slip. So 4 fielders plus the keeper huddled around the bat. Come on, Rohit, get a short leg in as well. As Boland chips one back to the bowler, and there is no run. 205 for 9, 310 the lead. Boland plays one to the square leg, and he is taking the single. Boland has faced 53 deliveries for his 9 runs. More deliveries faced for fewer runs than Nathan Lyon, who has made 22 of 40. Australia, 206 for 9. And let's see what the Indians can come up with. Is it maybe time for for a golden arm? No, it is time for Akashdeep, first time since tea. He is warming up in the outfield. He will bowl to Scott Boland. As we are halfway through the extra half hour. So I think if the Australians survive for 5 more minutes, there will not be... there's an appeal. First delivery for LBW, and Joel Wilson says no, and the Indians have reviewed it. The Indians have reviewed a decision, an LBW decision against Scott Boland, if it, that would be the height of comedy, and it would be so cricket if the not out decision that Joel Wilson has given on the field would be overturned by DRS on video review. Oh no, I think this is going down leg. But if it were overturned, that would mean there would be an innings break now, and that would take 10 minutes. And again, it's missing, going down leg, but only by a fraction this time. So India are out of reviews. That would mean that the Indian openers would have to come out and face 1 over. 1 over. The height of comedy. So Australia have 3 reviews left. India are out of reviews. First delivery is a dot ball though. Akash going back to his mark. This is starting to feel a bit pointless. In comes Akash deep, right arm over the wicket, defended by Boland, fielded by the bowler, and there is no run. The Australian lead is 311 runs. They are 206 for 9 currently. 78.2 overs have been bowled. Let's see how many more overs are scheduled in the day. That's an interesting question. 10 more overs scheduled to be bowled in the day. Yes. Dot ball. Third delivery. Yeah. So if they don't get in all the overs because of the over rate, they don't have an early start tomorrow, correct? You can only get an early start if it is because of interruptions due to the weather, I think. I hope so. Defended into the onside by Scott Boland, and there is again no run. So Akashdeep is bowling out a rather pointless maiden over. Scott Boland has 9 runs from 57 deliveries. The Australians lead by 311 runs, and there are still 2 more deliveries left in Akashdeep's 16th over. Played out to mid-on. There is no run. Final delivery of Akashdeep's over coming up. All right. Here we go. No, this is a replay. Come on. What are you doing here? Now we are back live. Akashdeep is coming in, right arm over the wicket, 2 slips and a short leg in place. Prodded out, bat missed, and it goes through to Rishabh Pant behind the stumps. And that is the end of the over. It is a maiden. And let's have a look at social media. Is anyone still with this? Nothing on YouTube, I think. What is there? Anyone on Blue Sky? Again, if you are listening, please don't forget to keep me company in the YouTube chat, because I don't know, passages of play like this one, they just drag on and on after an amazing day. Otherwise, this has been an amazing day, and I like Washington Sundar because we are seeing Washington Sundar now measuring out his run-up by setting heel to toe. He's measuring out his run-up in foot lengths. Coming in, right arm around the wicket, over the wicket, defended back towards the bowler by Nathan Lyon, and there is no run. Who would have thought? Right arm over the wicket, clipped into the leg side, and there is a run. 312, the lead of Australia. Just to reiterate, if the 10th Australian wicket falls this evening, I don't think India will have to come out again, as Boland defends, right arm over the wicket delivery from Washington Sundar into the offside, and there is no run. There are not really fielders around the bat. There is a slip and a short leg in place for Scott Boland. So I think the Indians are content with just bowling out the overs until the the extra half hour is over, and then think about what to do tomorrow. Presumably the Australians will declare overnight. Otherwise it would be, well, I mean, it would be trolling the Indians if the Australians, final delivery of Washington Sundar's over is another dot ball, and that means 80 overs have been bowled in Australia's second innings. The Australians are 207 for 9. Their lead is 312 runs, and it also means that the new ball is available. Will the Indians take the new ball at 17:53 in the afternoon? It is on the field. The new ball is on the field, but for now it remains in the pocket of Joel Wilson. Yashasvi Jaiswal is running around with the new ball, and now, he's throwing it back to Joel Wilson, who puts it in his pocket, and that's that. Second new ball is available, but for now, Akash Deep is continuing. There are two slips. There is a backward point. There is short leg. There is mid wicket, mid on and mid off cover. Lyon taking strike to Akash Deep. Uh, 207 for 9. In comes Akash Deep, clipped off his legs by Lyon and fielded by mid-on. The Australians take a single. Lyon more than happy to just take a break at the non-striker's end, and Scott Boland looks like someone who enjoys blocking out the attack. He is at the number 11. Lyon came in at number 10, and Boland has thus far faced 20 more deliveries in the innings than Lyon has. Hello everyone. Technical difficulties. My internet was gone again. So thanks everyone for tuning in. I'll give you a short update. Australia, and a long and eventful day on 228 for 9, 14 runs coming off Jasprit Bumrah's 24th over. They lead by 333 runs. Scott Boland is on 10 and Nathan Lyon on 41. Jasprit Bumrah for 4 wickets for India. We will be back for an early start again tomorrow, half an hour earlier than normally scheduled. And please forgive me if I keep it relatively brief. It's been a long 8 hours. Sorry, everyone. Sorry for the technical difficulties. If you enjoyed this, at least a little bit, please consider subscribing and liking the live stream. Thank you, everyone. I will take a short rest now.